for a given value of here, there are certain pieces of his country's telecommunications infrastructure that may not agree. They do not wish for him to be here. I don't know where they wish for him to be
Oh
instead.
yes, they're trying their
Here is not it.
absolute damnedest. Yeah. So right now I'm kind of running on a 4G emergency backup of my usual internet connection, which means I am completely bound by the will of the heavens and the great human hive mind. So as if there's a massive upsurge in demand for mobile internet at this point, I might just go poof. As it is, I'm missing like 1 in 3 words.
Uh, you're still coming through
And
fine. Don't I assume your latency's terrible, but I can
it
hear
is.
you fine. So
I think my upstream is fine. Yeah, my upstream is fine for now. It's the down that's the big bad one.
yep. Apologies about that, folks. I
So
was mucking with the audio
yeah,
settings. You're gonna hear a lot of overlap for about the first minute there.
yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of dealing with not only Telstra but NBN Co. and
Fun times.
fun times. Like you think it's bad dealing with one service provider? Imagine having to work with not only two, but try to get them to work together and actually talk to each other.
Yeah, we've got a
Because that
similar
whenever you
situation
need to
here,
deal
but
with
historically it hasn't been too bad, all told. Um, we've got Spark
yeah,
and Chorus that manage ours, but they usually cooperate. Spark people are pretty rubbish, but the
usually,
Chorus people are generally good.
yeah. The big thing is how the national broadband network here works is the infrastructure is held by the government, which is NBN Co, and then they sell on packages to the various ISPs. So yeah, they basically everything stops with them, and doesn't matter which service provider you go through, you're still going to deal with NBN Co when things go wrong. But you can't deal with them directly. They don't talk to people directly unless you're a major business, in which case you've got a direct account with them. If you're, a pleb, then yeah, you got to deal with your ISP.
You're one of those shameful commoners who need a common normal person
You
connection.
filthy, filthy peasant.
Although I have heard, I don't have any, I don't know any specifics, but I have heard that if you are a business entity, you get to pay way more for the same service.
Yes, you do. So our internet infrastructure here is just an absolute dog's breakfast at the moment. It's uh, I don't even know where to start on talking about this thing because. So anyway, I will not be playing Genshin today because I can do voice or I can do Genshin. I cannot do both.
It's not like it needs a lot of information from the server, but it needs enough.
Yeah, it's like Genshin's designed to run on a mobile phone connection, which is not great and inherently unstable. But it's mobile phones tend to only pull one thing at a time. So yeah. I'm going to keep trying to find a way around this. Like, apparently Telstra's now reselling for Starlink, and if the email that this guy sent us through is any indication, the pricing's not bad. It's actually cheaper than what we're paying if you don't count equipment. That said, I'm not entirely sure the package that they're trying to move us onto now is actually Starlink or not. So, yeah,
It's
because
going to be
Telstra, they can't give us
Telstra
financing.
would not try and sell you anything that they weren't going to skim a generous helping off the top.
Oh, of course. So yeah, we need more information on that. If we can like bypass NBN Co to get our problem solved and get a better connection and a better deal out of the in the process, I'm all for it. It's just dealing with telcos and it's pain. It's pure pain. So anyway,
Yeah.
I guess we'll jump straight into weeks, shall we?
Yep. What you got? Besides,
So
no internet.
I can't do a whole lot of internet things. Yeah, because I want to be playing Last Epoch and I want to be playing Nightingale, but I can't because both games are permanently online.
Did I do the shtick? I don't remember doing the shtick.
You didn't do the shtick, actually. Do the shtick.
Okay, we'll do the shtick just for the sake of form and convention. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusevgw.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusevgw. You can join us in our Discord server by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube. Therefore, the shtick has now been done. And back to our usual programming.
Marvelous. Yes. So I'm not on the stream actually. I'm not on the stream, and I am playing Grim Dawn. I've started a new character up. I'm going for a Chaos Occult build, so we'll see how that goes.
Yep. Y'all are watching me play Re-League, by the way, in case you couldn't figure that out.
Yes. But I'm loving a lot of these little quality of life changes. Like when a rare piece of gear drops now, it not only has it got the colored text, but it also has an icon next to it indicating what sort of item it is. If it's like rare, double rare, or if it's a unique drop, it has a special icon.
That whole system was managed by a plugin, and it's the first time I've seen a developer not only acknowledge a plugin, but when the plugin was no longer being developed because the guys stopped, they said, okay, we're going to go out of our way and make this an official part of the game eventually, and then they actually finally got around to it.
Yeah. Usually whenever a game company incorporates a mod into the base game, they feign ignorance and just say, oh, we meant to do that the whole time. It's a dick move, but it happens all the freaking time.
Yeah.
Oh my, what is going on? The strange key dropped. I got one, and I just suddenly got two more. That thing's supposed to be a really rare drop in this area.
Oh, with the cultists? Nah, it drops. It's dropped for me like all the time. If it's
it used to be really, really rare.
It might have used to been, but ever since I started picking it up and rolling with it, that thing has dropped literally every time I've run through the first zone.
These cultists are very careless about who can access their secret base, as it turns out. So yeah, I'm playing that now. I'm enjoying it. It's really nice just being able to go through, and everything is a lot cleaner, a lot smoother. I think they did a bit of a graphics tweak as well, so it doesn't look a whole lot different, but it's just nicer, a little bit cleaner. I also keep forgetting that I have a dodge button now.
Yeah, I just baked in a piece of movement tech for everybody instead of having everybody rely on the sigils that you need to get at level 50.
Well, I mean, all that does is rule out some of the sigils from use, really. If it's not a dodge thing, you can't really use it.
Yeah, I think they did some reworks
sure
with the sigils.
Back
and some of the sigils are still...
I think they may have gone back and actually redone them.
Yeah, some of the sigils are still really good, even if you have just built-in movement tech now. Like, Seismic Leap still lets you hop over walls.
Yes. As long as you got something to jump onto.
Oh, no,
face to stomp.
You don't need his face. You just need ground.
Oh, okay. They fixed that too. All right.
Yeah, it's been like that since I picked up Grim.
Yeah, Grim Dawn. It is another better alternative to Diablo 4. There you go.
What I used when everybody was playing Diablo 4, all that Diablo 4 hype going on, I'm just like, yeah, I'll just go play Grim.
I don't know if comparing things to Diablo is very fair. Like, that's not setting the bar very high. You're not conveying a lot of real information there.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen, where good Diablo is not the bar to be aiming for, it's the bar to be stepping over as the bare minimum. If you want a more traditional Diablo experience, though, I think Last Epoch kind of does that a bit better, especially if you want the jump in and out multiplayer that Diablo 3 brought in, because it's got all of that in there.
I do miss the old BattleNet dedicated servers. Back when every game, not just Battle.net,
Mhm.
but every game had dedicated servers.
Yeah. But let's face it, Diablo 2 ended up with so much cheese because of that.
I would take it over.
It's not bad. It
I
was
would
still dumb fun,
I
but
would
yeah.
take the dedicated servers and all their jank and all their weird early internet garbage they come with, just to have a sense of community again.
Yep. Oh, I think my internet's just went blah
No,
again.
no, I can still
No,
hear.
no, we were waiting
No,
for you to
okay,
say
there it is.
something.
Oh yeah, it has. Oh no.
But we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear.
We
The,
hear you.
the world can hear you. I can hear you. So everything is good, Fern. If you can hear us, I don't
Up
know.
is fine, down is not.
I see. I see.
Yeah, you two have buckets firmly on heads as far as I'm concerned.
It's armor, okay.
It is armor. Speaking of armor, the other game I really dipped into this week has been Elden Ring.
Getting back into it.
Dusted that off because you can get back in because I got nothing else to do really. I've got plenty of other games I can download and play, but that's the key thing. I need to download them.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you though?
No. If I want to download a 50 meg patch, I either need to do it at like 3 a.m. or it takes like half an hour to an hour, unless I get lucky. If I want to play anything at peak time, between usually about 6 p.m. to round about 9:30, 10-ish, I'm out of luck. I don't have internet between those times.
I see.
It gets that bad. But so yeah, which is really annoying because Elden Ring doesn't give you the option to disable multiplayer until it's actually tried and failed to connect, which means if it connects and it'll run for a while, and it could even go for a few hours without having issues. But as soon as it disconnects, it just kicks you out of the game.
There
Which
should
I had
be
happen in the middle of Mark 2, which was
that
really fun.
there should be an option somewhere to fix that.
It's buried in the options menu. You can disable online connectivity completely.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily want to though, because that's kind of part of the game.
it is and it isn't. There are a lot of people coming back right now though,
Yeah.
because the expansion got announced.
Yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't. Elden Ring doesn't use a whole lot of data, so it's if it can't download something, it just won't do anything.
Yeah, well, until somebody tries to invade your world.
Oh, I've got that. I've got invasions turned off, so invasions are more annoying unless I'm actually in the mood to deal with them. If I just want to go out, explore, fight some bosses, and get pummeled by Crucible Knights, then I just turn invasions off.
Oh, right, in Elden Ring you have to turn invasions on. They're off by default.
You do. They are off by default.
Unless you're playing multiplayer with a friend in co-op. Then they're on.
Yes. So it's a good time. I'm still going with that double shields build, which is still hard.
Anything can work in that game because this is something I've really clicked with FromSoft games. Is there's a whole mess of random garbage that you can do that's efficient and good and actually makes sense. But all the difficulty that all the journos have trouble with and complain about in FromSoft games is just gameplay fundamentals. So you can get away with literally anything.
Like jump dashing.
Yeah, like just doing the boss a few times to memorize his attacks.
Yeah, you're not going to get the boss the first time. It's very rare you'll find a boss in Elden Ring you will get the first 5 times in some cases. If it's
I'm here to tell you,
well,
it takes me a lot more than 5 times to kill that F at the outside the front of the castle.
Oh, Margaret.
I don't know how long it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it did take me, but it took me a very long time.
And guess what? Later, you fight 2 of them.
Well,
Although you can actually.
You fight one as a random mini boss in a field that has the same moveset, and then
The field would not be so much of a problem because there's no cliff to fall off of.
oh, there's worse.
Yeah. There's worse. You're fighting 2 of them on stairs.
Oh, you're thinking of the gargoyles.
That's those 2 up near the. No. Although I am also up to twin gargoyles on that route. No. As you're going towards the city, you've got. If you walk straight from the Great Lift and follow the road.
I thought he was talking about Margit, not the Tree Sentinels.
I am talking about Margit.
I thought you were talking about the Tree Sentinels.
I don't know what a Tree Sentinel is.
Margit is the golden guy right at the start of the game. Who exists
You say right at the
solely
start of
to
the
punish
game.
you.
I ran into him like 20 hours in, so
Yeah, you could spend a lot of time goofing off in Limgrave if you really want to.
You
I don't know
can.
I don't know what the start of the game thing you're talking about is.
Yeah, but yeah, I did Margit Mark II, who you fight on a slightly sloped paddock, but it's also full of craters.
And
Apparently you're supposed to do something to nerf Margit first. I don't know about that.
You can, but almost nobody goes out of the way to do that quest because you have to go to patches. And especially the first few weeks people were playing. Nowadays people know about the quest, but we just didn't know about it.
Oh, you're talking about the shackle?
Yeah, the shackle. Like we just didn't. Not a whole lot of people knew it exists. Like the information was there if you really went digging, but if you were just playing the game, you didn't really know about the shackle, and he was beatable without it.
Well, I know because I did.
Yeah.
It just took quite a while.
Yeah.
Because I was using the
arguably harder than doing Margit too.
I was using the Colossal Sword pre-buff. So
oh right. Oh, it could have been worse. You could have been using an arcane scaling like double blade or something. Where arcane scaling just didn't work. They just broke it in some build between the beta and live, and it just didn't work.
Fernu, you there?
No, I think he hit a boop.
Fernu?
It's his first hard boop of the night.
Why was he fine before the show?
Because that's how these things work. It is getting closer to the prime time he was talking about earlier during his week, as time marches on down there.
It's like noon up there.
Yeah.
I think noonish.
Oh,
I live under the impression that most people are lazy and don't.
There we go. It's back.
Oh, there he goes.
And it's gone.
Oh no, you're here now, Fern.
Maybe it's not. Even if we think he's here, if he doesn't think he's here, then it doesn't really matter.
Yep. I will throw this pickle out, Fern. Yeah. Pickle when you hear it.
Beep boop pickle? Is that a very metallic pickle?
No, you sound perfectly fine to me.
Yeah, it's just that you don't seem to hear us a lot of the time.
I don't. You cut out and you go all robot-y and buckets on heads and all of that. Yeah, it's the downstream that's the problem. So, yeah, okay, it's gone green again. We should be okay for the moment.
Oh, you done gone set now, man?
I gone undoed it. Yeah, if I just suddenly go poof completely at some point, which is entirely possible, yeah, you know what happened.
Yeah, hopefully he has enough internet to get us a Discord message, and we'll just let you know. Or he'll come back. We'll see.
Yeah, it's been behaving itself mostly this morning. Oh wait, no, never mind. There it goes. It's gone red again.
His spiders must be unionizing or something. They don't like the treatment that Telstra's given them.
Yeah.
All right, well, while I can't hear you, I am going to see if I can actually do anything here.
So yeah. I would love to push that out and interact with Fern about Elden Ring a bit, but yeah, it's Elden Ring. All that stuff in Limgrave, they said that Miyazaki he always undersells the size of the DLC, and he said the DLC is a little bit bigger than Limgrave, which means the DLC is going to be absolutely freaking massive.
And he also said there'll be a poison
Yeah,
swamp.
it'll be Limgrave plus Kalen or something like that.
If he went out of his way to say that there's a poison swamp, it's probably going to be a heck of a poison swamp.
All right, I'm finally free. Y'all don't have to watch me play edgy icky boy anymore. Got my 30 Skybound arts. Now I gotta play Jita.
Edgy, icky. Why?
The boy. Okay, he's back on the bench now. You need to. I'm trying to get all my characters. You need to use him and Jita for some very short missions in story mode, and I want to do story mode on the hardest difficulty. So I'm trying to get them geared up. But to unlock weapon, the highest tier of weapon ascension for a character, you have to do 30 Skybound arts with them. It's just a weird arbitrary requirement. And I had literally never played him before. So yeah. Yeah. You thinking about jumping back in Elden Ring when the DLC comes out, Paul?
For me, that game is entirely dependent on the hype train. Like, I can't in isolation, I can't motivate myself to play it because it's just so punishing in a lot of ways. And also, I don't remember a great deal about it, so it would be kind of arduous as well. It also it remains to be seen what I'll do or if I'll do something with it. I mean, my particular play style, which was just totally orthodox single colossal sword build, has been buffed pretty substantially since when I was trying it. So maybe it will be easier.
Yeah. Oh,
the
that
next
reminds
time round.
me. Oh, no, there you go.
That reminds you?
Yes, no, gone. Okay.
I think that
Yeah,
their sense
I
of
did
timing
the,
is radically different to ours.
Yeah.
I think it is. Okay, this is just frustrating. All right, I am going to go and engage a bit of kludge. So you guys keep going. I'll be back in a minute or two.
Okay. So while he works on that, Vaul, what are you saying about Elden Ring and swords?
Yeah, the method that I was using to play seems like it got buffed quite a bit immediately after I stopped playing. I originally stopped playing because of my computer blowing a fuse, basically, and I was working off a tiny sliver of RAM by the time I put together a new computer and got everything all up and running. Nobody is playing Elden Ring anymore, so it would have I wouldn't really have anybody to talk to about it because it would be, oh yeah, you're playing last season's game. That's nice, type of thing. So yeah, I just fell off the train, and I don't know if DLC will help me get back on it because I didn't get deep enough to care a huge amount about progressing and completing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't have a chance to build that sort of gravity for me. So I don't know that I would get back into it. I'm not quite sure what it would take. Enough hype would probably do it, but I've never paid attention to the deployment of a major DLC for a game like Elden Ring before. And since it sounds like they're just doing the one, maybe they'll make a big song and dance of it, and I will be motivated to try it out. But I don't really know what that looks like, especially considering I'll basically have to relearn how to play it from scratch. It's going to be taxing.
This one is going to be a little bit different because the populace of the game is so much fatter. Like normally the FromSoft games have the people that play FromSoft games on them, but Elden Ring hit big enough that it got the dreaded mass market appeal somehow. So I have no idea what this is going to do for the general hype train, but historically whenever FromSoft puts out DLC for the game, for one of their games, the entire community is rallied completely back to life if they were dead. And most of the time, they ain't quite dead.
Well, we'll wait and see. I've got lots of other stuff on the go right now as it is, so it's competing against more things. because it didn't really have a huge amount of competition at the time, because at that time as well my FF playing was in a lull, and I didn't have anything else that I was playing at the time. Like it would have been, tooling around and Monster Hunter would have been what I was defaulting to. So it was just like, well, there's just another thing to do instead of that. But at the moment, since I have made almost no progress in Genshin and I'm still working on Star Rail as well as two sort of major gaming ventures with very limited amount of time, the play that is going to have to be made by Elden Ring for my attention is going to have to be very well executed in order to get me back in there.
I see. So,
Okay, pickle.
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 Okay, see if that behaves itself any better.
Are you using a hotspot or something?
I am, yes. So it's not through the main modem, which just to try and get a better signal on that stupid thing, I've ended up putting the modem up on a windowsill. So yeah, and now I've got a phone hanging out the window. So yeah,
Oh dear.
Is it really like it? I don't know. It seems like it must be a problem with the node hardware, surely.
Yeah,
it is
Nothing to
because
improve
it
things
does.
by waving the modem around. I don't really understand.
Well, the backup is 4G. It's completely mobile.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the actual landline is non-functional, completely non-functional.
What the hell are they doing?
I don't know.
Like their entire job is telecommunications infrastructure. Are they planning to do it at some point?
I don't know. Thing is, though, they were doing upgrades and replacing fiber wire cables around the town.
Upgrade. That's a funny word for it.
Yeah, that is a funny word for it. So they had techs in the region, and we reported the problem. Actually, we didn't even need to report the problem. They noticed the problem on their own. It's still taking them over a month to send a tech to us.
Even though they were already there.
Yes. So I'm going to be really annoyed if it turns out like it's just you need to change this setting in the modem.
Yeah.
It's like
So,
you could have just told me that. I can do that.
well, they never tell you anything. They
No.
assume in most cases, quite rightly, that the public are incapable of doing anything.
It
Doesn't
is
matter who
a
you are.
it is a well-founded assumption, yes.
Yeah, it's as somebody that has to communicate with customers on the reg, it's best to treat the customer like they're 2 years old.
Oh, come on, I can't even get people to tell me where they live.
The thing is, I don't think that's actually necessary in most cases, because you can still put the information out there. The people who are like 2-year-olds, they won't look for it. So it doesn't matter if you've got it out there. They're not going to, do something strange with it or something like that, because those types of people aren't interested in solving the problem. They
No,
want somebody to solve it for them. If somebody has an interest in solving the problem, it's probably safe to give them the right information.
usually. Then you do have the special third category of people who think they know what they're doing and think they know how to solve the problem, but have no clue what they're doing.
But those people are going to make themselves a nuisance no matter what you do. So
That's
they're
true.
pretty much a write-off as it is. There's no course of action that's going to make them happy, so why bother?
Yeah, point.
You only need to serve the other two categories, and they are both served. They're both served adequately by allowing the information to be out there, because like if you've got a population seeded with a handful of people who do know what they're doing and can solve the problem, provided that there's a doc up on the website in the tech support area telling them what the modem settings are supposed to be, a lot of the burden will get pulled off of the actual company, because guy in the family who knows about computers and shit will be forced to do it for everybody.
Up until they reach the inevitable point, which every one of them does, and that's they start to pretend they know absolutely nothing about it.
Oh
So
yeah,
people leave them alone.
I've rather quickly adopted the stance of, oh, I don't know anything about iPhones.
I honestly don't know anything about iPhones. I really don't want to touch those.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they asked me to set up some software thingy on an iPad at work, and I'm like, I don't know how to use a tablet. I've never touched one before.
yeah,
Which is true. It is 100% true. I
Yeah.
do not have a tablet. I have no reason to get one.
My problem is I've used Android the entire time, and when I have to go and look at iOS, it's like, why is this arranged the way it is? Why does this make any sense to anyone? Anyway, so this seems to be behaving itself with the advanced level of kludge.
It just whatever you got to do to cobble it together. Not the first time we
Yep.
jerry rig something.
Nope, and it won't be the last. Got to get you a MacGyver on.
Is a running theme with this show's entire runtime for the past forever, that we have shoes, and the only way we could fix it is by jerry rigging something.
Yep. Or in this case, dangling a phone out the window.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that counts. That's some redneck engineering right there.
Yep. All right, where were we then?
We're talking about Elden Ring.
Elden Ring, yes. So yeah, before I got beep booped, I'm debating changing up my build because I'm doing this double shields as I mentioned, but double shields does one thing and one thing very well, and that is take a hit.
Well, you can actually play pretty good stun locks with that if you.
Oh yeah, you can.
You really, really want to get tryhard.
Yeah, it doesn't work so great on bosses because once a boss realizes it's getting stun locked, it'll try and get out of it. And if it can't just get out of it, it'll sometimes just cheese its way out, admittedly.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed about that game is that most bosses have an anti-cheese ability that it will just start invoking if you find a hole in their AI. And it will just do it. And there's nothing you can do about it, and they won't use it most of the time unless you start to pressure them with cheese.
Yeah, if you get too cheesy, then the AI will actually fight back. The AI in Elden Ring is really good in a lot of cases. Like if you're going for an archer build or a ranged caster build, they will actively go out of their way to dodge your projectiles, things like that.
Yeah, they've always kind of done that, aside from the first Dark Souls, where they just kind of sit there and take.
It's just kind of dumb.
The hollows in that game are the visual design is very representative of their intelligence.
They are the zombies.
They are not very smart.
Yeah. But Elden Ring, they will sight read you to a degree. And they will react to what you do, which is really cool and makes for a really engaging gameplay. But it also means that sometimes they will just counter your cheese with their own cheese.
And crackers?
And crackers. For example, the big pot challenge where you fight the 3 invaders.
Oh, that's
you
new.
can.
That was added as DLC. That wasn't part of the base game, so I haven't actually done that yet.
It's well worth doing, especially if you're going for a heavy armor build, because the talisman it gives you basically ups your weight capacity. Ooh, hello. That is a shiny, glowy pillar of light in Grim Dawn. That's new. Okay. That's an incredibly shiny item I just picked up.
I see.
Anywho, you can cheese that by standing in a tree. There's a tree hanging over the cliff, and in certain cases, the AI will just try and approach you and fall off the cliff. But it's not reliable. If they've got a ranged weapon, they'll just stand back and plip at you. I had one guy who had actually made guts. Straight up guts. Big sword, scar, whole bit. Yeah, he just ignored the gap, flew over it, and cleaved my face in. So, yeah. You can try to cheese that fight or that encounter, but be prepared for the game to cheese you back.
Yeah, the any of the encounters that are PvP builds for PvE players are rather notorious for how either easy they are and being a total joke, or nightmares just laying in the road.
Yeah, I've run into a couple where I've gotten shield crash, which is a charge forward with a big hit at the end. And in a lot of cases, the AI doesn't really know what to do with that. Because if you catch an invader AI in the first hit, it'll drag them along and then hit them with the final one. Bosses will just laugh at you and smack you, and regular mobs will generally get caught as well, but not always. They'll sometimes dodge. But Yeah, invader AIs can go either way. If they're one of the dumb ones, you can just spam that and you'll win.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I am still getting paddled. I'm roughly at the point in the game where I was in the first time I went through it. So I've got to take on the Draconic Tree Guardian to get access into the city and do all that stuff. Haven't done anything in Volcano Manor yet. I'm just kind of going back around, picking up a few important objects I missed, like, of all things, the Claw Talisman. I can't believe I missed that.
Yeah. Volcano Manor is
That's one of those essential items for the build.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Whoops.
Yeah, Volcano Manor is gonna send you on a world tour, by the way. I think we lost him again.
Oh, hang on. I am having beep boops again.
Are you okay? Let him beep his boop.
Okay, yeah. I have kludged my way off the main network and onto the side network, but at the end of the day, it is still 4G and the same mobile signal.
Yep. So gonna have to live with Fern being a little spotty for a couple more weeks, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe a year. Who knows when Telstra will actually get out there?
I'm fairly sure that they don't. I'm that normally if they say that they're coming out next month, it's to get you to go away. It's not because they actually for sure they can send somebody.
I'm gonna laugh if like the people in Fern's house, somebody just left a torrent on some device in the basement. So I think
Hello? Fern? Hello?
I think he is good and truly gutted by his inner tubes. Spiders have eaten him. Right.
Oh no.
So yeah, I can continue on with what Fern was saying, I guess. He was talking about his shield build and how he wants some key pieces of it around the world. The thing with like I was getting at earlier, in Elden Ring and well, in any FromSoft game, the thing that's going to trip people up is going to be the basics. How do you get out of the way of attacks? How do you learn to read a boss? You're going to have to do a boss a few times, more than likely, in most cases. So especially if you're a new player to the subgenre that is FromSoft games. Like these are things that most people just, especially modern gamers, don't have. The streamer generation doesn't play video games, and the game journo class even less so. But
Yeah, I as somebody who doesn't play action games, I struggled quite a bit with it, but I also couldn't tell you how to do it. Like I just smashed my face against it until it started happening on its own.
Yeah, well, that's how I approach most problems in video games. Is I just do it until it works. Like it all just becomes either intuitive or just some esoteric mess in my head. But that's fine. Most gamers have built that as a backup skill set at the very least, if not their primary one, when it comes to figuring out how to engage with a problem in a game. But the modern gaming journo class and the modern gaming chillins, that seems to be a skill that's rarer than it used to be.
Well, by and large, they're not thinking about that. Like that's not their concern when it comes to video games. Their concern is what's the popular phrase right now? Media literacy. Have you seen that one going around?
It is ringing bells, but it's been been in my periphery.
It sort of surged to the fore with the Starship Troopers / Helldivers debate. And did you, for starters, did you ever watch the Paul Verhoeven movie?
Starship Troopers?
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Because I was like 10 when it came out, or 11 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I either saw it on television or saw it at a friend's house. I can't remember which, but yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah, I think I saw it at the cinema. Actually, I saw it at the cinema when I was about how old would I have been when I saw it? Probably about 8 or so. But yeah, I remember seeing it at the cinema. It was pretty. It was pretty sort of like over the top, kitschy sort of thing, even back then. But the I've never read the book, and I don't really intend to. Like there are, as far as I'm concerned, there are just other writers I would rather spend my time reading than Heinlein. And Heinlein is like your classic uh libertarian type, I guess, who genuinely, a true believer, libertarian true believer.
Oh, full libertarian type. Got it.
Not he's a true believer, but I don't think it's quite at the level of libertarian. Like he's still got all the issues that libertarians have with having no moral compass and that sort of thing. But like the Randians, but basically realizes that the only situation in which libertarianism can like flourish in any meaningful way is if it is being held in place by a ruthless state that has all the power.
I see.
And the mistake, of course, is assuming that state of affairs is in any way sustainable, which of course it's not. But yeah, so Starship Troopers is set in this particular setting where, like, for instance, you can only vote if you're a citizen, and citizens are different from civilians. Like there are lots of ways that you can become a citizen, but the most surefire one is to do a tour of duty in the military, and that gives you citizenship, and therefore the right to vote. Most of the public are just civilians; they don't have the right to vote. And I don't know much about the fine details because I haven't read the book. But basically, the entire thing is sort of like this libertarian hoorah, let's go into space and fight the bugs with the very finest in soldiers and the best technology humanity has to offer. And when Paul Verhoeven made his movie of it, he basically tried his best with the stated goal of making it an attract against fascism, because he saw libertarianism as being fascism, because only the people who were qualified had success and power, and the people who were bad at everything just languished while being bad at everything. So yeah, he didn't. Oh, crap! I just got ambushed. He was very unimpressed by the whole thing, and tried to, in his sort of like incompetent Hollywood way, to try and make a work which passed judgment on it, and did an incredibly shite job of it because, well, obviously. And basically this kicked off this debate, because everybody loved the movie for what it actually was, which was an action movie. An action movie where all of the powerful and handsome human beings crush their enemies, basically. Like, despite the attempt to make everything, and to make the good guys the bad guys, everybody still liked the bad guys because they were actually the good guys, type of thing.
Yeah, it's space bugs.
And so this kicked off this sort of perennial discussion about, quote, media literacy, unquote. The problem with this is that it keeps coming back, and the debate is always you chuds are all stupid because you don't understand it's a satire, and the alleged chuds are like, yeah, but we don't care because the movie is cool, and we're just going to take it completely straight, and that basically causes the anti-fascists to freak out. Because, and then start ranting about media literacy, because what they really want is to say anybody who likes the movie, it's because they're illiterate, it's because they're stupid, despite the fact that they're all left wingers, therefore they're like deconstructionists. They don't believe that anything has any intrinsic meaning. What?
What are you wanting?
Pickle.
Pickle, I'm here. I hear you.
I was having some trouble with my Bluetooth. Yeah. So there's a lot of there's a lot of this argument comes back every couple of years that you should be allowed to enjoy a movie for what you see on the screen, and no, you have to enjoy it the way the writer intended it. And if you don't enjoy that, then you're wrong and bad. That's the usual way it goes. And this is framed as media literacy. And media literacy is extremely laughable because in every other situation, hold on, I've got the wrong microphone set up here. It's not working properly. In every other situation, I should check my Discord settings as well because I think it's spazzing out.
I can hear you still fine, so output's still good.
Okay, let's just hope, because I've tried to keep Discord as independent from Windows as possible because otherwise they fight. But yeah, so they keep having this discussion, and so the deconstructionists suddenly become reconstructionists where their propaganda is concerned, which is not surprising to anybody. And it is this school of thought which informs the bulk of the people who are reviewing games right now, in that things may only be enjoyed in the context that they define and for their propagandistic purposes. Their concern is not about video games. Video games don't feature in a video game reviewer's mind anymore. And, of the kind that are now occupying the husk of the classic media, the video game media edifice, like the people who work for the PC gamers and so on. Like they aren't concerned about the video game at all. The quality of the video game has never occurred to them before.
Yeah.
Somebody is breathing really heavily into their microphone, and it's not me.
It's Fern, but it's okay.
Oh, okay. But so you get these people who basically they criticize video games because they resent the fact that they are obliged to play them in order to maintain the facade like they're video game reviewers, when what they actually are is as propagandists. They're paid propagandists. Their objective is to ensure that people will only respect media that pushes the messages that they want. But in order to keep doing so, they need to maintain this illusion that they know stuff about video games. And so results in them getting filtered every 5 minutes because they don't. Their intention was never to engage with gameplay. They're all people who wanted to work for the New York Times and write opinion columns, and they couldn't make the cut, so now they're working for... Well, they couldn't make the cut for the New York Times, and then they applied at HuffPo and couldn't make the cut there. Does HuffPo still exist? Did they shut down?
A lot of them
I'm pretty
outlets
sure.
have gone poof over the past, little bit.
But basically, yeah, the games reviewers are, quote, journalists, unquote, and in the modern world, journalist means opinion columnist. They are essentially opinion columnists who have washed out from tier to tier until the only thing that is left to them is video games reviewer. So
Yeah.
at no point in the process of them making their way through to their career destination that they've wound up in, at the absolute bottom of the barrel, did they ever think that they would need to be able to play a video game. And
Yeah.
so none of them can. It's as simple as that. It's not a matter of them whether they could or could not, in theory, complete a challenge. They don't want to. It's not their job. Their job is to be a propagandist. They don't care about the video game. They don't care about dodging the incoming attacks. They just need to get it out of the way so that they can continue to write their opinion editorial. And that's all. They resent the fact that they have to engage with mechanics. They hate it. Which is why they keep trying to advocate for story mode only versions of games.
Yeah, and that's evident if you've read any of the articles that come out from these idiots. But before I lose the point entirely and forget about it, the point I was getting at with Fern's double shield build, because that's how we got here. Despite all the hoopla about how hard FromSoft games are, you can literally play whatever the heck you want in them, and you'll probably have about the same amount of difficulty as anybody else, unless it's just a build that is super gimp in that particular game. And double shield actually works in Elden Ring. It's not good, but it works just fine, and your journey isn't going to be that much more difficult than somebody that plays, an orthodox faith dex heavy slight strength build like I did, or plays the single greatsword like you did, or even plays the monkey grip build like my second character. It's because all of the challenge of the bosses is learning the boss. It has very little to do with what you pick. No matter what in FromSoft games, because the punishment for getting hit is potentially death, you just have to learn the boss. And so no amount of increasing your damage is going to take that requirement away. So you can get by with just about anything. You will acquire the skill to learn the boss's tells and respond appropriately, or you will not. And most of that is done with footwork and spacing instead of what particular weapon arts or weapon attacks you have. But so you could totally get away with Fern's double shield build the whole game and carry a few ranged contingencies for a rainy day, maybe.
Yeah, that's the big weakness of double shield is range.
And we'll get more on the Gamergate stuff,
right.
or the Game Journo stuff later in the show. Consider that foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yes, I think I'm actually hitting peak time here because Sunday. But yeah, if you can make all sorts of complete wackadoodle builds in Elden Ring, and it's still viable, provided you can read the boss's mechanics and just follow what the boss wants you to do.
Yeah. And all of that is going to be with just how good are you? Just do you like playing video games? Not even are you good at action games. Just do you like playing video games? Because that skill, in one form or another, is in every single video game. Game journos and the modern streamer watching class, however, don't know how to do this. So they give the game a much scarier rap than I think they deserve.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it depends on which streamers you watch, though, because presumably some of them like video games. They've made a career out of them after all, and that's usually infectious. If they weren't good at hyping people to video games, companies wouldn't have started investing money in trying to get them to promote them. So, I mean, there's got to be something in it for them in that sense. But yeah, if you watch, say, like, I don't really watch regular streamers. I watch a bit of the HoloLivers, but you can see their enthusiasm for the games that they play. Like, there are a lot of like, I don't want to sound dismissive, but like lower end VTubers who clearly are just doing the VTuber trend thing. There are genuine enthusiasts among them, but there are a lot of them which are just like, oh well, I'm doing the VTuber thing. But you can tell when you've got ones that are like actually fanatical about video games, that really love them some video games. They really sort of stand out. I mean, and you see them, you pick up followings very quickly as a result as well. Like Koseki Biju's sort of like monomaniacal pursuit of success in video games is what won a lot of people over, not just her aesthetics. So yeah, there are definitely ones among them that are very, very keen on video games, and generally speaking, encourage their viewers to also challenge themselves in that way. Because I mean, you don't if you're a Beboo fan, you don't really want this sort of like this diminutive. I think she's Thai. I'm not quite sure. This diminutive little girl to like
I
be
think she's Thai, yeah.
just like broadly better than you categorically at video games. You kind of want to at least be able to experience things on the same level if you're a fan of hers, right? I would assume. But yeah, so I think that it's not necessarily all streamers, but there is certainly a class of streamers that the video games are 100% peripheral to the matter. But most of those, I think, are women who are basically titty streamers, or at least that's where they ended up.
Yeah, ultimately, if someone loves something or the thing that they're streaming about, it doesn't necessarily apply just to video games either. It's anything that comes through on their streams.
Well, the particular type of streamer I had in mind,
being genuine about what they enjoy.
Yeah, the particular type of streamer I had in mind, because this is the one I hear about the most from the youngins, is the Fortnite type streamers, the ones that play current trend, that are usually male, usually super lefty.
Gone again.
I guess I don't know how many of these there are because the very thought of watching somebody like that play a video game is repugnant.
Yeah,
Like,
usually have rainbow
the,
hair.
what is the motivation? What is the motivation for consuming that content? Like, I don't actually understand what people get out of it, and I put on, if I put on like a VTuber stream or whatever just for the background noise, like, I still want them to be doing something that is interesting that they care about at least a little bit. Like, the idea of watching somebody do something that they don't give a shit about seems completely antithetical
Yeah,
to my point of view. Like, what, when people consume the content that these people put out, what do they want to come away with? Because a lot of these people seem to actually like watch it, watch it.
yeah, and
They don't have it on the other monitor. They watch it.
yeah, they genuinely seem to develop some kind of weird. I don't want to say parasocial because that word's been totally mulched. But this weird kind of pseudo attachment to the individual streamers instead of the content they're producing, and that's the whole reason they watch. But I don't see anything in these individuals that they're watching. And when I ask them, "Oh, have you played the new latest game recently, Elden Ring or whatever?" Ah, no, but I watched so and so play it. Like, oh, who's that? Oh, streamer. Oh, okay. And I hear
I mean,
this response from the youngins a lot.
there's a lot of games that I only watch people play because I have a job, but I don't then speak as though I know what it is to play that game. Like, even if I discourse at length about what the content of that game is like, in the way of, say, Armored Core, for instance, I haven't touched it. I keep intending to play it at some point, but I can only discourse about Armored Core on the level of the sort of like general design trends and people's reaction to those trends. I can't say anything about the content or quality of that game at all because I haven't played it.
The outsider looking in at what the helicopter is doing to people.
I still think it's lousy,
I love it.
but I can't really say much more about it than that.
Yeah, that's another thing I do love about FromSoft games. Every time they come out, now we're gonna have every game's gonna have a helicopter.
Everyone loves the filter.
I love that Filtered by the Helicopter became a meme. Oh man. So yeah.
What exactly was it about the helicopter? Like, what? Why was that in particular? Why did that get highlighted as a filter?
Because you can't customize your mech before then. You got no options except to go in with the tutorial stuff, and it's a proper boss fight. I mean, I came close to dying on it, but I did beat it.
But that would give me more confidence, not less,
But
because it means that I can't have screwed up on my customization. If they give me a situation like that, then I know that I can succeed. I'm actually way more confident.
yeah, it's in Armored Core in particular in that one, because it's Armored Core, it's got a little bit of a learning curve on getting a handle on the controls, and I think a lot of people just threw their hands up in the air with it because they're dumb game journos. Because I didn't hear anybody. This was one that I didn't see outside of the game journo class. Like even the chillins that don't play very many video games could beat the helicopter. This one seemed to be exclusive to the journo class that they just couldn't beat the helicopter. I'm hearing a weep whoop from a Fern.
I'm not actually hearing a weep whoop either. So,
No, he sent me a Discord PM.
oh, okay. Has he given up?
It's hit peak time over there, and he'll may return a little bit. So yeah, okay. Hopefully Fern's internet recovers and we can have a Fern back. If he comes back and has more to add about his week, we can have him interject it or inject it somewhere random in the show, and it'll be fine. So
Right.
to keep the topics rolling, why don't we jump to your week? because a bunch of the stuff about journos I want to save for the actual show topics.
Well, my week. I'm not really sure exactly what I ought to say about my week, considering what it was like. Since I had one of those awful weeks where I have to keep going home late because customers keep sending annoying bullcrap for me to do, and there doesn't seem to be any way of getting out from under it. I don't really understand the mentality of non-scientists, but ultimately it seems like their attitude is that, well, it's not like I understand about science, therefore I can expect everything to happen the way I want by magic. That's how they are. That's how it goes. That's the most that they think. And this leaves me with a problem because I am stuck in a situation where I have an unreasonable amount of work to do with an unreasonably low amount of resources, and there is no getting out from under it. This is a problem. I don't really have anything that I can do about it other than knuckle down and stay late, and I hate it. And we don't even turn a profit on it because the salespeople are too cool to talk to the technical people about what the requirements are of actually doing the work. So I had to stay late. I had to do an unreasonable amount of work using an unreasonable low amount of resources, do it turning a loss, and I'll get the blame when it turns out that we didn't make any money off of it, even though I have no control over any of those factors. So yeah, generally kind of sucky, not very pleased. Nothing I can do about it though. Anyway, so they ate up a lot of my time this week, and instead of doing anything that I actually enjoy doing. So, Blue Archive this week, no new events this week, except that it was the deployment of Wakamo Hovercraft boss. So, normally bosses in Blue Archive are like giant hyper-intelligent AI robots or eldritch horrors or whatever. This boss is girl on hovercraft. It is Wakamo, so she's more dangerous than average. But yeah, it's just girl on hovercraft. So it's not too bad of a fight. I feel like the hovercraft phase is sort of like a bit of an obnoxious bullet sponge more than anything else. And it has quite a bit of health, so it takes a while to knock it down. But basically the mechanics are pretty simple at the level that I play. I'm not trying to do Torment because Torment is crazy. And I haven't even gotten to the level where I can reasonably attempt Insane either because my gear is too low. But yeah, basically the primary mechanic for phase 1 is that Wakamo has special attacks that she'll use I think there's something like every 20 seconds she'll use a special attack. And the special attacks will add a certain number of petals as a debuff to the character that they hit. And if any given character acquires whatchamacallit, 5 petals, they'll just die. There's nothing that you can do about it. Doesn't matter whether they're invincible or how high their defense is or how high their hit points is. They will just die if they hit 5 petals. So you've got to pace resetting petals by filling up her stagger bar. So she's got the secondary stagger bar that like Hod has that you fill using CC, and you can fill Wakamo's using CC as well. Ironically, I found that Summer Wakamo herself is the best at filling Summer Wakamo's CC bar. But you can do that, and if you stagger her by filling that bar, she'll reset all the petals to 0. But you can only do it 3 times during the entire fight. So you've got to sort of pace yourself. You don't want to just go off too early, and you don't want to leave it too late so that you can't actually fill the bar in time before one of your characters falls over dead. So yeah, that's the first phase. Is quite similar. The second phase is sort of like it's a callback to the Abydos summer event, where you've got to protect the resort from the hovercraft that Wakamo is piloting, which is firing rockets, except the rockets are basically irrelevant. If your DPS is high enough to complete the fight, you will be able to end the rocket phase before any rockets can even make it to the resort. So it's sort of like not really balanced correctly in that way. But I would hate the fight a lot more if it was balanced so you had to interact with the rockets, because that sucked in the original event. It's a huge pain in the butt. And I'm glad I don't have to do it anymore. yeah, so that's more or less that event. Up next is the return of Cheerbot, the rerun of the run up to the Halo Festival. So yeah, Cheerbot again. Everybody loves Cheerbot.
Cheerbot's the best.
That will come with the banners. I think Utaha's getting another banner, and Track Yuka will get another banner, and Kotori Cheerleader is also going to get a banner.
Yeah, there goes the spark.
Cheerleader Kotori is not good in the meta currently, but everybody suspects that she has been designed in order to be used in a meta that will exist at some point in the future, because that's usually the way they do it in Blue Archive. If a character comes out and is just sort of like mysteriously placed and doesn't seem to have a use, it's because they have a use in mind for them later. It's not always the case, but it has often been the case, and it was the case with like what's it, the girl from Shanghai Jing, the Kisaki's lieutenant, and it was the case with Minori as well. It was the case with some the helmet girl from the rabbits. Can't remember her name. They all had weird mechanics that didn't make any sense in the current meta. Like, why would you even design a character like this? It doesn't have a use, but they've clearly used a large amount of quote unquote item budget in order to put these features on, but they aren't good at anything. And it turned out that all of them were tuned for use with Gregorius. Like, if you've got any one of them, Gregorius becomes a doddle and Torment becomes feasible. Doing Gregorius Torment without one of those three characters is incredibly onerous. It has been done, but it's very difficult. So people think that maybe it's possible that Cheerleader Kotori maybe is like that as well, but nobody's managed to figure out what for yet, because another raid boss has come out since she did, and it doesn't seem like it interacts with her mechanics anyway. So yeah,
But
oh yeah, that's that. Yeah, it's more or less a done deal for Aristeel, since she's a cheerleader and she's blonde to boot. But yeah, I will probably roll on Track Yuka, since there's too many fights in which she's just, if not necessary, at least trivializes certain mechanics compared to the alternatives. The alternatives are usually more cumbersome. There are more alternatives to Track Yuka now than there were when Track Yuka launched. When Track Yuka launched, it was basically Kotori or go home, and Kotori was very bad at that. But now there are other options as well that you can use, like Summer Shizuka. I can't remember her name. I could be wrong. There are so many characters now; it's hard to keep their names straight. But yeah, so I'll probably spend a spark on her. Anyway, Genshin I've done very little over the course of the week. I just haven't had the time. It's been a double drops week, and occasionally I've had time to exploit the 3 charges of double drops. But mostly I just haven't had time for anything. And so I've been farming when you get to sort of, skill rank like 6 and up, it feels like you need infinity skill books. So you just farm and farm and farm and farm. So I've been farming and farming and farming for Ningguang skill books, and I'm nowhere near completed. I am currently in the doldrums due to a lack of boss drops, as usual, but I also don't have enough skill books, because it seems like you really can't have enough skill books. There's always going to be more skill books necessary. I really have a lot of trouble with the domain though, because the domain, you probably can't relate since your damage is so much higher than mine, and it all comes out. You can bring it all out up front, because if you just save during the easy phase and then just deploy the damage on the hard phase, then you'll be able to insta-gib them, because they don't have that much health. The two Fatui agents in the second phase, but for me that's incredibly difficult, because if one of them starts throwing fireballs, your active character will just die. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way you've got enough defense to put up with that amount of damage. You cannot dodge it. I've tried every single juke that I can think of to dodge it, and it will turn on a dime and nuke you. Those fireballs are serious business. And if they both decide to start chucking them, then it's basically a wash. You've basically got to spam healing items on your characters until the AI decides that it's not going to do that anymore, because you can't defend against it. There's literally nothing you can do. You just have to try. The only thing you can really do is burst them down before they get any funny ideas, because they usually only start doing janky stuff like that later on in the fight if they last for too long. So you're sort of obliged to front load as much damage onto them as possible to try and shorten the fight. I don't think I've actually been defeated in it yet, but I have lost multiple characters multiple times simply because they just shower you in fireballs and there's nothing you can do. If the AI decides you're going to die, you're going to die. End of story. There's nothing you can do about it that I can find. You just die. So, yeah, I don't know why you would design an enemy like that. I kept feeling like I was missing something, but nothing that I've been able to come up with has been able to interact with their abilities in any way. They just kill you when they feel like it.
What
I don't know if
Fatui dudes
maybe-
are they?
Agents.
Oh, the stealthy ones?
Yeah. They can just start throwing fireballs. They have to live for a certain amount of time before they do it. But once they start doing it, it might as well be an enrage because it does so much damage. And they can just, because there's two of them, if they both go into that phase at the same time, you'll have so much incoming damage that's undodgeable as far as I can tell. And it's AoE, so even if you were to dodge it by a little bit, which you can't, you would still get hit anyway because they do burst damage. Like, the only solution is to kill them before they start doing it, because once they do, the incoming damage is going to be insane. And unless you have a way of constantly removing the pyro debuff, it's going to be doing bonus damage on top of that. So yeah, it's been a lot of Barbara Fix-It to farm that domain. Not really sure why I'm having so much trouble with it. Because there are times where I'll just blow them up. They'll die. I'll get a lucky crit and they'll both fall over. But if they don't, bad things start to happen.
Man, crit damage in that
You've
game.
you've probably never even seen that face.
No, because I've had big, heavy hitting, big crit characters. But man, one thing that drives me nuts about not just Genshin, but modern gacha type games in general is just the reliance on crit. Because you've seen my Navi when she doesn't crit. I'm not doing anything. But when I do, I insta blow stuff. But because the damage is so high and the multiplier is so good for crits, it's worth it to just roll on the crits anyway.
Yeah, but then you just have to suffer with the fact that occasionally nothing will work the way it's supposed to, and you just get wrecked. But the Navia fires so many shots that it ameliorates most of that problem. It's not likely to be an issue at all. But
Well, the whole thing is a binary crit or not crit. All of them will crit or none of them will crit.
My characters are all built around sustained damage over time, which means that every fight is likely to be longer, but the length of the fight shouldn't vary too much. Unfortunately, my damage is sort of almost at the cap of what it can feasibly be, and it's not enough. Which is just, and every time I run into this problem, it just makes me want to put the game down, because the game is designed so unevenly, because it's, designed to make you pull on the gacha. You're supposed to always be champing at the bit for the latest and greatest. And so things end up being very frustrating very quickly. Because I know that, if I had a 5-star driver, I would be insta-jibbing those Fatui every time, and it wouldn't matter what they did. But because I have to actually fight them, and I see all of because their move library is actually quite large. They've got a lot of different things you can do. It's just like, if I meet one in the overworld, where my world level is lower, I'll blow them up almost as fast as you do. So it's not going to matter. But since I'm fighting them in the domain where they're like level 88 or whatever, and they can live long enough to start using the rest of the moves in their move library, and it turns out the moves in their move library are undodgeable nukes that they can fire really fast. I'm not really sure. Like, I thought originally that they would be like most of the the fireball type things that you get flung at you, like bolts and bullets and that sort of stuff, where you just dodge out of the way. No, these things can steer a U-bend in their path just to hit you, with no effort whatsoever. They can move faster than you can at a sprint, so you can't outrun them. Like, there's literally nothing you can do that I've been able to find out. The only thing I can do is hope that I can lead them into the Jade screen, but they just explode the Jade screen, so that only works like once. So they do so much damage. Those Fatui agents are serious business. I can see what they were going for with the design, in that they're supposed to be scary and challenging, but because the character design has gone so far in the direction of upfront crit burst, most people never even fight them. It's only people who choose, offbeat drivers like me, who have got a purely consistent damage-based driver, that start to see the greater extent of the move libraries of some of these horrible individuals that they've got floating around the place. But yeah, so that's basically all I've really done in Genshin, has been farming skill books, because I need more skill books, always more skill books. My ultimate is already at the maximum power that it's ever going to have. I don't think that it's ever going to get more powerful than that, and it's not that great. The advantage, of course, being that on average I can fire it more often than most characters, because it's quite easy to charge up.
And you have a brilliant energy regen.
The problem is that it's actually got a whole bunch of little foibles that you need to be careful of. Like, you need to place your Jade screen just so. You need to set it off just so, because there are lots of times where, like, if you're fighting too close to the edge of the arena, a lot of the Jades will simply despawn instead of flying towards the target, because they'll move too close to the edge of the arena and they get detonated by the arena boundary.
Yeah.
So you won't get any damage out of them. There's a lot of things like that you've got to be careful of. You can't use it in narrow corridors, because you need a space that's roughly as wide as the Jade screen in order to actually get your ultimate to work. Most of them will just whiff if you use it in a narrow space. And there are certain enemy moves that seem, particularly like dodges and dashes that enemies can do, that will cause them to cease to become a valid target, and then the Jades will just fly literally in all directions. Like, they'll just fly in a straight line in every conceivable direction and not hit anything. There's lots of little foibles, but I mean, maining a character is about learning those things and how to interact with them and work around them. And I've been committed to this particular course of action for quite some time now. So I still enjoy playing Ningguang. The disappointment with gacha is always that they're not going to ever go back and develop a character or tune them or debug them.
You could waifu the girl with like one of the lowest attack stats for a driver.
I've seen people online who are like, they're just like Dia enthusiasts. They think she's really cool and they want to play her all the time, but then they realize that she's Dia.
Oh, Dia.
I don't know what she's like in the story, but she's got fans. I'm here to tell you, she's got fans.
I mean, she's a cool character and everything, but it's just overshadowed by the fact that she spooked one of my polls.
But yeah, so that's the big disappointment. If you really waifu a character, they might just turn out to suck. They might just turn out to be really bad, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, Ningguang is serviceable, but she will always be mediocre. There's not really going to be any way to improve upon that.
Yeah, and she has the double problem.
You're starting with the disability of being a Geo character to begin with, as well as a launch Geo character.
Yeah, that's the other one, is early character. There's a whole lot of weird quirks with a bunch of them early characters that just they hadn't quite figured it out yet.
Yeah, and that's the case in every gacha. Like, you can see in all the year one characters in FGO are like facepalm. Oh my goodness, why are you like this? Why are you like this?
They all, though, seem to have like one that'll either accidentally come back as super OP, or one that is just busted from the get-go, like or busted for a real long time, like your waivers and your hercs.
No, waiver doesn't count. Waiver's the only time they buffed a character.
Oh, right, they had to fix him, didn't they?
Yeah, because he was completely useless. He did not function at all. and he was such a dead drop that they actually had to buff him. They've never actually released a character at 5-star who was as bad as Waver at launch. Like what launch Waver set the bottom bar for how powerful a 5-star could be, so they needed to raise it. That's the only situation. They have nerfed characters on occasion. It's very, very rare, but normally they only buff characters through strengthening quests. Waver, they buffed his skills on drop because he was that bad.
Yeah, the only nerf I can remember is Castergill. I think got a nerf.
Yeah, well, he was the famous one because he was able to loop by himself with no assistance because the hit count was so high, and he still had a caster NP gen rate. So it was basically once he got to NP, he would just NP over and over and over again until you ran out of targets, and it was incredibly cancerous. So they got rid of it. They just nerfed his NP gen floor. But yeah, generally speaking, characters don't get stronger, especially in Chinese gachas. They seem to be very resistant to improving characters. Like in Korean and Japanese gachas, you usually see strengthening quests and special equipment and that type of thing. In Chinese ones, they just don't do that, and it's probably because the Chinese laws are so much more tetchy about changing a product that somebody has drawn or purchased after they've got it. Like you need to have all your lawyers lined up and ready to go just in case you get accused of changing somebody's product. So it's risky. Nerfing is more risky than buffing, but buffing is risky in its own way. Like there are lots of characters who in like FGO who after a strengthening have gone from mediocre to head of the meta. So yeah. But I mean there's lots of characters like in Honkai Star Rail that have just completely disappeared. Like Yanqing was like one of the characters who was like in the DPS meta at launch, and now he's like a joke. He's regarded as being sort of the epitome of how to make a mediocre DPS that's not worth using, even in light of when compared to 4-star characters, due to just total lack of tactical flexibility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he was sort of like at launch, he was sort of like a bit more of a Diluc because he could do more damage on one target than most characters were capable of. And then Sele came out and he was viewed as a joke after that. Yeah, they haven't gone back to fix him. I don't think they ever will because it's easier to just release another character, preferably one with boobies, so that people will buy that.
Yeah, you inevitably also see in gacha the drift towards booby.
Well, I mean, it sells.
I mean,
what are you going to do? There's lots of niche fandoms for the male characters in Star Rail. I know that much. Like the Jingyuan fandom is fanatical about him. They think he's just the coolest guy ever. But yeah, the boobies definitely sell better. Thirst definitely sells better.
I mean, I approve of the drift towards booby, but because boys are icky. But it is it's definitely a notable thing.
But yeah, people are already talking about the next big 5-star drop in Genshin and how she's going to be totally game breaking and all that. But
they seem to do this for literally every single character. Remember Klee.
Well,
always remember Klee.
They've carefully farmed up this sort of environment of like drip marketing and that type of thing that is calibrated for this. Like the fanaticism surges with every new character release. The problem is when the fanaticism is actually justified, and when that is the case, you end up with like really rapid power creep because there's a high risk of it, particularly in the early stages of a game where the meta is constantly shifting because there is no sort of settled way that things are done, and then you end up with the early characters becoming useless really fast. Like there are lots of crazy people who went for like E6 Salo when Salo came out because Salo was just like better DPS for bosses than anything else in the game, and it's not close. So they just went crazy for her, and now she's basically benched for most people's teams because she's a one-trick pony, essentially, and you're better off using other hyper carries with more specific strats and teams. Like if when she's sort of like a prominent figure from Buster Gorilla Logic type of thing, where everybody's just trying to create the team that can unga bunga the hardest, as opposed to using any kind of team building strat. But yeah, the official mechanics for Chiori are out as well, and nobody's really excited about her anymore because nobody can really understand exactly how she's going to fit into the meta.
I just need her to make
On account,
ammo.
yeah, well, there's sort of like an open question as to how good she'll be at that, because remember, she's not a catalyst user.
Yeah, I know.
So you're going to have to you're going to have to basically capitalize on her infusions, because she's got a weird sort of, it sounds like she's got a weird 2-part ultimate where you trigger her ultimate and you get the burst up front, and then you either hit her normal attack, which I think is an infusion, or you hit her special attack, which will swap her to next character in order, and then that character will get a bonus instead, and her doll will sync up with their attacks or something like that.
Yeah, if those dolls do geo damage and can make
They had better. If they don't do geo damage, then she's basically not going to have any tactical use, because the physical damage meta was dead on arrival. I don't. There's like Mihoyo got kind of a bad rap for that, because it's like they just abandon ideas, because they've seeded all of this physical damage stuff throughout the game, right? You can find it in various places,
but it's just
except
eaten.
that there's nobody who uses it.
Yeah. Hey, there's Eula. That's it.
There's only Eula.
And use your
Isn't
license
Eula
agreement.
a 5-star?
Yep.
Isn't Eula a 5? Yeah. See,
And not only is she a 5-star, she was the 5-star with, I think, the longest time between banners.
See, the thing that MiHoYo usually does is that they will test the waters for a mechanic using a 4-star, and then they will, if it is well received, then they'll build a 5-star around the concepts that were popular. That's the typical way of doing it. Thing is that nobody knows who Eula's 4-star was, who was supposed to be the physical damage 4-star, to see if people liked building physical.
They tried
physical doesn't interact with anything at all. So
one of the cryo dudes in Fontaine, part of Linnea's group, is physical, and he's like the worst cryo character in the game, or up there at least.
Yeah, I don't know. MiHoYo design is awfully schizophrenic in a lot of ways, and Genshin is definitely has it worse than Star Rail. Star Rail's main problem seems to be power creep. Like its power creep seems to be I don't know if it's accelerating, but the velocity is quite high, and I think that basically they didn't have their like their Waver, their Skadi, their Merlin, their Castoria. Like eventually you've got to have all of those arrayed out, right, to set your archetypes. Like archetypes are usually built around supports. In this case, Nihility supports and Harmony supports typically. But the ultimately what will determine the success of any given archetype is the carries that come out for it. Now, Black Swan is a good carry. She's definitely a good carry. Whether or not she will ever lift Dot archetype defining is pretty doubtful, because she's not that powerful. She is very powerful. I enjoy using her. I've got a Dot archetype team since I have both her and Kafka, which is basically, demanding that I build Dot archetype. But the popular one right now are the hypercarry teams. Mainly Imbibitor Lunai and Sparkle are the main pair. But with Acheron coming out, and Acheron basically devalues an entire stat, because apparently she doesn't use an energy bar. She's got a weird charge-based system for her ultimate. And if she comes out and if she is able to dethrone Xingqiu from like King Hypercarry, then it probably will signal that the meta is accelerating in power creep too fast. I mean, Xingqiu has been the queen of single target DPS for a long, being the queen of hypercarries generally for a long time now, but only long relative to the length of the game's existence, and it hasn't been out that long. All told, it's only been like a year. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit concerned about the power creep in Honkai Star Rail, but you can't really count power creep off of the supports, and the supports are the ones that have really thus far been leaving a mark. So like Kafka ensures the existence of the dot archetype. Sparkle ensures the existence of the drink skill points like water archetype. Ranmei is sort of like your waiver, can jam her into any team, technically speaking, type of support. But yeah, it sort of remains to be seen where they'll go with the carries. Like Black Swan definitely is designed to give the dot team its characteristic carry, but and Jingyu seems to be serving that in terms of like more conventional damage focused team, and Babata Luna for the drink skill points like water team. But where they actually go moving forward is sort of a bit questionable, because there's a whole bunch of new characters coming out. Like Aventurine's coming out, and he seems to be sort of like a shieldy, healy, supporty hybrid character who basically most of the people who are excited about him seem to be excited about him for husbando reasons rather than because his kit is good. Now his kit looks good, but his kit also looks like it's good when it feels like it's going to be good, and that you could get screwed. And the there's an Abundance Fire character coming out who's a 4-star as well. Not really sure. Like the leaks about what his skill set was supposed to have were kind of like didn't really reveal much about what teams he would be well suited for. But I mean, frankly, 4-stars need more abundance characters, because as far as the high end goes, everybody uses Lorcha at the moment, and everybody who's dealing with free to play abundance is using Lynx more or less. So yeah, they need some more options in that regard. But yeah, Acheron, nobody knows where her power will land, because it's she's so, for a Nihility character, she's so monomaniacally damage focused that it all depends what her actual numbers are, whether or not she's going to be useful. And there's a whole bunch of characters were introduced in Penacony, both in terms of drip marketing pre-Penacony and in Penacony itself. Like the big Annihilation Gang teaser that came out before Penacony introduced like 5 characters or something that are all like, oh, this is tailor-made to be released on the gacha. All of these are obvious gacha character designs. But none of them showed up in Chapter 1. Not a one of them. You never see any of them. They never appear.
I see.
So they're obviously being held in the tank for a later plot twist or something, because they are supposed to show up, and it's sort of like one of the things that is mentioned in the very early stages of Penacony is that for whatever reason it seems like every faction in the galaxy has been invited to this event, to the Charmony Festival, and normally you only invite factions that aren't the Annihilation Gang and the Tavern of Fools and that sort of thing, because those people just create absolute havoc everywhere they go. You don't want them to come to your event, but everybody got invited anyway. So yeah, the Annihilation Gang got invited, and they have all these gacha ready characters that have been shown off in the teaser art and that sort of thing, and none of them were like, the only one which was even mentioned was Duke Inferno, and only in passing. And he's been mentioned in passing multiple times before. So regardless of what the plot might say about him, I think he's definitely likely to show up, or at least have an influence at some point in the near future, because the entire second half of Crown of Mundane and Divine was about his shenanigans. So he's definitely a character, and they've been doing drip marketing for him for months, but his entire posse have not shown up. So yeah, I don't know what they're planning to do, but they must have a lot of banners in the chamber for upcoming releases. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the meta there, since they seem to be extremely meta conscious compared to most early phase gacha. Probably because they work for MiHoYo and they've seen the whole schema play out in Honkai Third and in Genshin already, so they know sort of like how the tidal forces of meta work and how you can exploit them to get people to pull on banners, but you also have to be careful if you want people to keep pulling on banners and not feel like, oh, no point in pulling on this one because it will get inevitably power creep by the next one. And then when people get locked into that way of thinking, none of your dolphins spend money anymore, so you can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
And you also can't have them in the position where people give up because, oh, well, there's not really anything interesting coming down the line and I've got a powerful team already, so why bother to pull? We'll wait for the next big shift. Yeah, so then people won't spend money there either. So, yeah, they've got a bit of experience at this, so I hope that they can get it right. But all of this is in aid of I've spent more time thinking about Star Rail than any of the other games that I'm currently playing over the course of the past week. And while I haven't had time to do much more than dump my Trailblaze energy, I've still played a little bit. I've done a few quests here and there. I am in awe of their ability to strike a fine balance between sort of sobriety and absurdity, and much in the way that Blue Archive has. It feels similar to Blue Archive in the way that they have kept a balance. I feel like the balance is more elegant and refined in Blue Archive than it is in Star Rail, but it's still executed well in Star Rail because, you know, there's a lot of like dramatic and somber moments. Like I did an entire story quest that was about a major character from the Xianzhou faction and, you know, her early career and the sort of the way that those around her all died in their profession and the sort of emotional upheavals that it caused her and all of this is all quite heavy stuff. Basically, you know, the reality of serving in the military, because she was a starfighter ace basically. But, you know, you go out on a mission, you don't know if you'll come back, you don't know if your best friend will come back, you don't know if all the other people that you're flying with will come back, and eventually she was the only one left. And basically it's her story. So it's like very somber. And then I turn around and I do another quest, which is all about this madcap bunch of basically cultish idiots who are sort of like the dorky side of the people who worship Yashi the Abundance. So you spend most of the primary plot in on the Xianzhou Lofu dealing with the main conflict between the servants of Yashi the Abundance and Lime the Hunt, and that sort of like eternal conflict that they're locked in. And it turns out that, you know, don't forget that there are normies who serve the Aeons too. And there are normies who serve Yashi the Abundance. And this particular group of normies serve Yashi the Abundance. They believe the best way of doing this is by releasing captive life forms into the wild. And this is their entire shtick, is that they try and release things into the wild. And so they all have different ideas about what the best thing to release into the wild is. Like, one of them thinks that the only thing worth releasing into the wild is plants, and one of them thinks that, oh, well, you should release the most majestic and powerful creatures that have been enslaved by humans into the wild to you know, reach the fullness of their potential in their natural environment. And one which is like, oh, I only release the rarest and most endangered ones into places where they can flourish in safety. But of course, they're all acting at cross purposes, and so they keep releasing creatures that form a food chain to eat each other. And so they bicker over this. And you basically have to infiltrate to their organization and try and come up with a plot to get them to give up on releasing life forms into the Lofu's environment, because the Lofu's is a world ship. So it's huge, but it's not an entire planet. There's not room for lots of additional creatures to be injected into the ecosystem. And so these idiots are wreaking ecological havoc non-stop with their attempts to release creatures into the wild. And so, yeah, you basically go on this ridiculous quest to, which I won't spoil it because it's incredibly silly, but you end up solving the problem in a ridiculous way that it causes absolute havoc for everybody involved. and the only guy who wins in the end is referred to by the others as mineral water guy for reasons that will become clear.
I see.
Because the life form that he releases primarily is mineral water.
I'm running with the headcanon that Trailblazer is just a personification of Aha in this universe.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to be a follower of Akavili, but I mean, you tend to act more like you're a follower of Aha. Like the followers of Aha tend to treat you like you're very straight laced most of the time, but if you go by the sorts of commentary that you're able to actually give on any given situation, you do seem more like a follower of Aha. Since you
Yeah.
basically poke your nose into anything that's even remotely interesting and turn it into a complete stew of chaos.
Yeah, it's I am rather still detached from the story and the characters, but I have come to like Aha and his pop ups in the simulated universe, and just the goober nature of the protagonist seems like Aha would appreciate that.
Yeah, a lot of the sillier events are written from that kind of point of view and aesthetic. Like there are a couple of stories in the logs about Aha and things Aha has done. Like apparently he gave a they took a when you're on the Herta space station, you can find you can inspect the rubbish bins, and they're inspecting the rubbish bins in any given location is a key and major meme that runs throughout the entire game. Anywhere you are, inspect the rubbish bins.
Yeah, I got a lot of
Like,
crafting materials involving trash from doing that.
yeah. I currently where I'm up to in the sort of like there's currently an event running called Dream Jolt TV. I haven't done it yet. I've done like the tutorial part, and my team building is too rudimentary for me to probably do the difficult stuff in there. So I'll probably end up trying to scrape my way through the bare minimum. But there's you're basically in one of the quests involves you trying to take a pirate show off the air called Keeping Up with the Trash Bagians or Bag Trashians, something like that. Which is there's this and you have to fight these enemies called the Lordly Trash Cans, which are basically trash cans with arms and legs that flex all the time.
I see.
Like trash cans apparently are something very, very important to the developers of Honkai Star Rail, and you should always take time out to inspect trash cans and dumpsters wherever you see them.
And
I'm pretty
mailboxes.
sure that there's mailboxes too. In on the Shansho Loa for it's mainly courier boxes because they've got a thriving sort of like parallel of Amazon in that there's these little robots called Cycranes that are constantly delivering packages all over the Shansho, and oftentimes they go wrong and the package gets dumped somewhere and you can pour through them. Um, Sometimes you don't and you get a praise of high morals, which is also an in joke as far as I'm aware. But sometimes there is stuff that is permanently missable if you are too conservative about prying into other people's business. So sometimes it pays to poke your nose in. Nothing serious missable. It'll just be like crafting mats and stuff. But yeah, it's certainly interesting in its own way. But yeah, so you can do a lot of incredibly silly stuff. But like when you're on the space station, if you inspect the trash cans, there's a thing about how they use a particular type of worm to digest uh, most of the trash, it just processes the trash, and so they're basically a you know a bioreactor full of worms they use to get rid of their garbage. Aha, according to the law, once gave a genius level intellect to one of these worms just to determine whether or not that would be sufficient to join the Genius Society, despite being a worm. But Aha didn't bother to give it any other faculties, so it was just a worm that happened to be a genius.
So super
It's only
smart
went
worm.
anywhere.
They can't talk, can't move, can just eat dirt
Yeah,
and contemplate the universe.
pretty much. Yeah. There's also there apparently there was a in the background lore for X, the Aeon of Nihility. There's a story about how there was a group of people who wanted to be the first humans to kill an Aeon, and since Ix is the Aeon of Nihility, he's pretty peaceful because he doesn't believe anything is worth doing. The Aeon of Nihility literally sits in a corner of space and does nothing because it believes everything is pointless. So they're like, oh, well, we'll kill Ix because Ix isn't going to bother to fight back because it would be pointless. And so Aha basically, these guys were, I think they were servants of Nanook actually. But Aha noticed that they were planning something outrageous, and so empowered them with the fullness of the Path of Elation's power in order to try and carry off this scheme. And it's not detailed what actually happened, except that they all met sticky ends, despite having like the fullness of power that Elation could give them, and that none of them were even followers of Aha. But he thought it would be interesting to find out what they did, so he gave them maximum power. So yeah, there's it is certainly a valid conclusion to draw that Trailblazer is actually a devotee of Aha, because they sure do act like it a lot of the time. But yeah, I've just done lots of like random bits and pieces here and there. Star Rail is a game that I have definitively found has too much content for me to feasibly do. Like, I'm way behind on lots of things. I'm missing lots of sort of like short-term limited Starjade rewards simply because there is not time to do all of the content in this game. There's so much of it. I mean, I'm sure for people who have like really well-developed rosters, they can just like min-turn everything and finish it all in an afternoon because they're crazy. But I can't do that. It takes time for me to do everything, and there's way too much for me to do. Like I have done almost nothing in the Gardener Recollection stuff. I've done hardly any of the Simulated Universe. I've done essentially nothing of Swarm Disaster. I've done nothing of Golden Gears. I've done nothing of Pure Fiction. It's hard enough to keep up with like the mini events. I've got heaps and heaps of little side stories and things to do. I haven't done anything in the Brawlers Guild. There's so much content in this game. I mean, there's a huge amount of content in Genshin as well, but it seems like for most people it boils down to farming mats and doing the top few floors of Spiral Abyss, and that's like all the repeating content there is. It seems that way anyway. I don't know if there's something you discover later on, but
Yeah,
like there's heaps of like seasonal challenges and stuff that come up, and game modes will have new spins and modifiers put on them every few weeks and that sort of thing in Star Rail. This is heaps of content that gets refreshed to do.
Yeah, Genshin's always had a problem with people that are in it for the combat gameplay, complaining that there's nothing really there to really sink their teeth into throughout the week, or even challenge them once they've got the Spiral Abyss down.
Well, it's the combat system is just not that finely developed to begin with. There's only so much you can do with the rudimentary system they've got. It's an interesting system that's reasonably accessible to people like me, who are absolutely nads at action games. But for somebody who's got a more discerning taste in action, it's definitely going to run dry pretty quick on the mechanical count.
Yeah,
But I mean,
I don't know
like
why you would
Punishing
play
Grey
it for
Raven.
combat.
Punishing Grey Raven is what most of the people like. The Honkai Third is there. Punishing Grey Raven is there. Wuthering Waves will be there soon. They all specialize in the action combat side of things in a way that Genshin never even tried to. So, yeah, like apparently there's a really cool multiplayer event currently running in Punishing Grey Raven, which is, as far as people can tell, a direct Monster Hunter homage. Like it's just basically you play Monster Hunter with some friends in Punishing Grey Raven, except it's got that game's mechanics, so the flashy style of mechanics rather than the Monster Hunter very deliberate sort of moveset. So yeah, there are other games I think for that. Like if you're looking for depth of combat, probably not really going to find it in Genshin. I think you're playing the wrong game if that's your objective. Like Genshin is just about story and exploration, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I treat it almost entirely as an exploration. It's basically a Metroidvania for me. Except instead of having to go back and unlock stuff, I just have to go back and get Culis's after I finish the stupid quest that it's locked behind.
Yeah, so I've just sort of been pottering along and making random decisions about how to advance. My approach to gearing my characters has been like this time I've acknowledged much more early on that I need to, at least with my first team, make incremental progress and not try and make efficient progress. Like efficient progress is something that you can do once you've got a more geared primary roster. You need to have at least one team, or in the case of Star Rail, the fundamental assumption is that you're going to build two full teams that are competently executed. I don't have the roster to build two full teams yet. That is not a thing because I don't have the raw power to run anybody without two sustains. So ultimately, I decided that I was just going to get a decent primary stat and maybe a decent secondary stat on pieces of gear for my main carries, and I just max them out. That way, I've got sort of like the numbers advantage necessary to survive the sort of content that I've got. And once I've got a reasonable team that are reasonably geared using the sort of relatively low standard, then I'll bump up equilibrium level and move forward, and then do that again at the next tier, so that I can advance at least one team to the point where they can farm for the others. And that seems to be the way to go, because it's very easy to hit a hard wall in a game that is as binary as a JRPG. Like, if you're playing in Genshin, provided that you're not trying to make a damage timer, you can basically overcome any combat challenge. And even if you're like ridiculously underpowered, simply by not getting hit. Because there are only a few things, such as the obnoxious fireball mechanic that I mentioned earlier, where you once it's out there, you just can't not get hit. Like, if I didn't have characters that were adequately leveled up, I would just get vaporized in that fight due to the amount of damage I was taking. But most of the time in Genshin, you can just dodge. You can dodge. You can dodge and dodge and dodge. You can't dodge in a JRPG. You're going to get hit a certain amount. And if your numbers can't overcome the amount of times you're getting hit, you're done. No amount of skill is going to get you around that. Not even any amount of gacha is going to get you around that. If your stats are too low, they're just too low. So, yeah, I've taken a much more aggressive attitude towards spending my resources in order to advance my main characters. And so now I'm in a sort of a relatively comfortable position where I can overcome pretty much everything at my level that is like stuff in the world and farming. Not quite at the level where I would be able to do so at the next equilibrium level up, because it's only my carries that have been empowered so far. Like, my sustains are all sort of middle of the pack still. They won't be able to support the incoming damage of the next tier up. But my carries are, so I'm doing as much farming as I can. And since I'm like almost 100% convinced that Fushuan's going to get a banner sometime within the next month, I am also pre-farming for her, because I really want to get her and use her as one of my primary sustain characters on like my main team for doing challenges and stuff. And that's the vector that I'm going with there. But yeah, I'm still in the mode of having heaps of stuff that needs to be unlocked. Like, I only unlocked Pure Fiction yesterday, and I've got like only a tiny amount of time to try and clear that before the current one rotates out. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to, because I don't have the roster for it yet. But I'll give it the old college try and see how much currency I can scrape up for it. There seems to be sort of like a general consensus that for like Seasonal Memory of Chaos, for instance, it's not really worth trying to get like the last 120 Jade if you're not like an end-game player, because you'll spend a lot of time trying to figure out the puzzle and you may simply not be able to do it. But the first sort of like 3/4 of the challenge is quite doable for most free-to-players who have reached max level. So yeah, it seems like they have designed it so that there are a couple of challenge stages at the end, and most people will be able to do most of the things. And you aren't missing that much Jade if you can't hit those top levels, because it's like, well, there's 120, and that sounds like a lot if you're from Primagem country, but 120 Stellar Jade isn't as much as 120 Primogems in terms of how much stuff you're getting doled out to on a regular basis. And if you think about that in practical terms, that's not that's like over the course of about 10 weeks, that's one pull you're losing, or
Mhm.
one 10 pull you're losing. So it's not crippling, and you would be using up a lot of real world time to try and overcome that, and you might not be successful. So yeah, if you're at the top of your understanding of the team building and the meta, and you've got characters with good relics and stuff, then it's definitely doable. But I saw a lot of people freaking out over the new batch of pure fiction challenges about how it was unreasonably difficult and required you to have like a fully built dot team and a fully built hypercarry team in order to get through it, or something like that. So yeah, they aren't shying away from putting in challenges that are really going to strain people, and they're generous enough with the lower end rewards that people are not going to feel obliged to join the whale train. If they can't do it, they'll still be able to participate. So yeah, they seem to be doing a lot of things right. There are some things that I think are questionable, but by and large, I'm really enjoying the game. And it's way more frictionless than Genshin because it doesn't have, you know, the 3/5 of the content is inaccessible due to never having any quality of life stuff applied to it, reverse engineering, reverse compatibility wise,
What,
which is
you
my
don't
big
like running
bugbear
around?
with Genshin.
You don't like running around hunting for your bounty?
No, no, I did my first bounties in Inazuma this afternoon, and it was a doddle compared to the amount of mucking about that I had to do in Mondstadt and Liyue. I show up, there's Big and Ugly, and kill him. I would say though that in compensation of that, the actual fights are way harder. Bounties in Inazuma compared to bounties in Liyue and Mondstadt. Because the Mondstadt and Liyue ones just sort of like unga bunga around until they fall over dead. And they don't do anything interesting at all. But there's heaps of like ads that give buffs and stuff. And
Yeah, they like their little
Inazuma
mechanics
ones.
like that from then on as the trade off for not having to do the stupid hunt around.
But I'm fine with that because it's not just wasting my time. It's like, oh well, here's your little mini challenge for the week. Go fight it. Which I appreciate it because I don't actually think just running cross country after a very faint blue trace in the air doesn't feel like a mechanic to me. It just feels like a waste of my time.
Most important of
'Cause
mechanics.
you're not discovering anything real. You're just moving from arbitrary point A to arbitrary point B because they have spawned a monster which glows orange there in order for you to kill that, so you can move to the next monster that glows orange, and then move to the next mushroom that glows orange, and then fight a normal dude that does nothing. Like that's not that just feels like you're wasting my time. But the Inazuma ones is like, oh well, here's a mini boss, and these are the things that it does. These are his friends and what they do, and he's going to spawn more every 60 seconds. So you want to try and close it out pretty quickly, or you're going to have a mess on your hands. That type of thing. Like I think that's much more interesting. But yeah, I think that we'll leave it there.
All
I
right.
don't think I've got much else to say about that. Is it break time? Because I need the bathroom.
Yeah, we're at 2 hours. I can pause it here. I'll pause my fidget game there. I will throw up the on break logo. And I will pull up break. All right. Here's some music, folks. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Yes, indeed.
Did I push all the right buttons that time? I think I did. Cool. So, all right. We were talking about your Star Rail and your week.
More or less done. I haven't done anything else. I've more or less fallen off the whole anime watching thing as well, and there doesn't really seem to be much help for it. It's just not good these days.
Yeah, it's just become very. What's a good word for it? It's a different affliction than what we have in the West. It's not that it's gotten politically motivated or anything. It's just bad.
Well, it's just all turned into lowest common denominator grey sludge.
Yeah.
Like they have a handful of very limited and superficial ideas, and they just trot them out over and over again. Like there are certainly ones that I've seen people praise over the past season or so, but I just don't really feel like it's worth the effort of getting invested in it.
Yeah. I can't think of the last time I watched a modern anime from the current season. It's been a very long time. Like occasionally I'll go back and rewatch an old show or put it on the other monitor, but actually sit down and watch a currently airing show, man, it's been a while. And I've been out of the loop longer than you have. I can't even remember the last time I went going, okay, I'm going to watch a new show. So yeah. Okay. I guess we'll jump into my week then, for what it was. Um you've already seen what my week has been because I've had it on the stream. Um so my week at work was a nightmare this week. Just totally and completely eaten by the work monster and the dumb customer monsters. And there's not anything I can do about it. It's just a whole lot of stuff that still doesn't net me money yet because it's mostly quote and some middle type work. I needed to address them this week, and it's driving me bananas, but it needs doing. So I've been working on that literally all week, and I've not had a whole lot of time to sit down and do my usual super hardcore gameplay, and so I have continued going through Relink as I've talked about before. So I was about ready to put down Relink. It was getting near the end there, and it's because the game was a lot of what you're seeing now, where I don't really have to pay attention. I can get hit a lot and not really care. And I'm doing this on the show right now at these lower difficulties. I'm not going to attempt to do a proud difficulty quest on the show because I'll need to pay attention, and we all know how that goes. But yeah, just until you hit the equivalent of master rank for Monster Hunter, the monsters just don't do enough damage, and it can be very easy to get disengaged from it. Just because I was like, okay, yeah, there's all these upgrade paths and optimizing your equipment and stuff like that, like, you know, any Monster Hunter style game, but why? Well, the answer is Proud Rank. It actually does have a singular difficulty mode in there that's worth working your way through, but you've got to go through the entire game to get it. So I was fine with it as a casual Monster Hunter Lite, but now that I know there's actual content I have to actually get gear for and get my character's weapons upgraded for and stuff, it's a lot more engaging. So I've been enjoying my time with that. But yeah. Other than going through Relink, I've been going through it mostly with Ibu. We've been playing together. I'll usually hop on around 11 in the evening these days because I have to crash after work. I'm too tired, and we'll play until about 2 in the morning, and then I'll stay on for another hour or two, and then go to sleep again to get up for work again. And been just having a lot of fun with it. And in the days that don't follow that pattern, it still fills that slot I talked about last week, where, you know, I get up early and I just need something to do with my hands while I'm watching something to wake up, or I just want to listen to a podcast or an audiobook or something. It's still filling that niche, and yeah, I've been really enjoying that. So something that we can do here to explain this a bit better. You've seen me farming these little mobs. I'm not getting the drop I wanted from this guy. I finally got enough of the one I wanted from the other boss. But you'll notice you go to undertake quests, sort by difficulty. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 difficulty levels. The first 6, well, the first 5 especially, you're not gonna die. The next one, you can die if you're asleep at the wheel and you just aren't max level yet, but you'll hit max level pretty quick doing it. And proud difficulties where everything really is. You'll notice a significant power jump. You know, from easy, the first quest like requires 200 power on your characters, and on proud difficulty you need 10,000. So quite the power scale, and that's a fairly almost linear scale in power with those numbers in the relation to each other, and how in terms of damage output and damage incoming. So yeah. So I've actually had to engage with the progression systems, which is something I haven't talked about in this game at all because it wasn't relevant. I didn't need it. But now that I do, if you get to proud difficulty, there's a few quirks. Now I've always said this is Monster Hunter Light, and when I say that here, I put heavy emphasis on the light, and you can clearly see this game went through quite a bit of a disaster design document where they had to put together something from a mess. Because you'll notice a lot of repeated pieces of equipment. Now, you don't get gear, armor in Relink. You get sigils, which are the traits from Monster Hunter armor, just as the traits themselves that you after you've fully unlocked the character's slots and leveled them all the way up, you'll have 12 slots to play with. And you can cram 12 traits, and those traits can come with this little plus symbol that'll have a bonus trait on that trait of the exact same level. So that's your RNG farming for the perfect loadout that you don't really need, but is very handy when you get there. And you may notice this little stat here. Now, I'm pretty sure this is in Grand Blue as well, so that's why they ported it over. But in an action game, this stat is cancer. Damage cap. Because rather quickly, at no indicated point, because they for some reason, didn't tell you anything about this, you'll start noticing no matter what pieces of gear you stick on your character, you're not doing any more damage. And it'll be some arbitrary number for every ability, and it's different. But it'll be consistent, and no matter what you do, no amount of stacking plus attack is making your numbers get bigger. You're at the damage cap.
Is it like a fixed number, so you will see the same number pop up over and over again?
Yeah, but that fixed number is different for every single ability the character has.
Ugh.
So this clearly just slipped by in the design document, because I cannot imagine that wasn't meant to be that clunky and intentional. And
I wouldn't bet on it. Gacha heritage is a hell of a drug.
But they've got it, and what this mandates is you actually only have 8 sigil slots, because 4 of them need to be dedicated to capping out your damage cap. So this whole screen is an illusion. You don't have 12 slots, you have 8. And every single character needs a set, and as you can see, only my Charlotta and Normaya and have full sets. Protagonist has 3, Io has 3, Rackham has 3, and some of them are 4. 5 is the highest level they can go. They're not even the highest level, and those aren't leveled up. So I still have quite a bit of damage cap I can get. And you can get it from a few other sources as well, but at the end of the day, you need 65 levels of damage cap up. And you'll get 5 from your weapon, so if you get a highest rarity sigil, so a 5, that'll come with 11. If you max it out, it'll be 15, so that'll get you the 60 you need. So you have to cap your damage cap. It's just a cancer stat in action games, because all the other stats are way more interesting and fun. You have stuff like Skilled Assault that increases the damage of your skills that have a cooldown. You can build your link meter faster. You can reduce your cooldown for every hit you do. All that stuff is way cooler than raise the limit on the big number. Because it just is a mandatory stat. So, not a big fan of that. And because damage cap is a wall that you'll keep rubbing your nuts up to, sigils like supplementary damage that gives you bonus damage on hit become best in slot. Weird wackadoodle stuff like that, because every character is rubbing up against the damage cap. And characters that have multi-hits, this is why Rackham is busted. He has an ability called Double Tap, where for the next 20 seconds, every bullet he fires hits twice.
Oh, so this is why all of the tryhards play him.
And not just that, that's not even his optimal method of doing damage. His jumping heavy attack, instead of doing his normal ground charge-up cannon shot that goes pretty far and does a bunch of hits, just by doing the jumping heavy version without charging it up, you fire a scatter shot of damage that hits like 11 times. So optimal Rackham DPS is jump up in the air and press triangle. So they really didn't get the balancing in-game down very well, and I've been mostly ignoring all the tryhard strats, aside from damage cap. Because you can't move your character's power up unless you get the damage cap sigils. But all the other tryhard crap about what characters to play and all that, I'm just ignoring. I have Rackham leveled up, but he is specifically for like farming the easy missions to get more crystals to level up my weapons. Like I'll never take him in a real hunt. You've got so I've been playing Charlotta, Narmaya, and to get a character leveled, their weapon leveled up, because the weapon level path, it looks like you have a bunch of paths to go, but you really only got one. You have the Ascension weapon path that will lead into the Terminus weapon path. And those are the only ones that can currently be upgraded at post-game. I don't know if there are plans to add upgrade paths for the other weapons for every character that specialize in stats other than raw attack, but currently you can only get the glowy weapon and the big ascended weapon for your aptly named Ascension weapon. And this follows a fairly linear upgrade path, where you will need to go get your equivalents of your plates or your rubies or your gems from your monsters, plus a whole bunch of other miscellaneous materials from all over the place and various monsters, and go turn them in, and to upgrade, instead of craft a new piece of gear, you just upgrade the sword. This, while not as interesting as sifting through all the options in Monster Hunter, is still serviceable and not as bad as it sounds, because it still provides you with a clear checklist of goals to go through with identifiable increases in power. It's definitely not as fun as looking through and trying to mix and match to optimize a Monster Hunter build, or even just see what looks good, what's the best fashion you can get away with, or anything like that. But it's serviceable. It's because the game isn't trying to be the next blockbuster. It's trying to be a fun Grand Blue action game. And it does borrow a lot of ideas from Monster Hunter and makes it very Monster Hunter light, but it's not, given what it's trying to accomplish, I don't knock it as hard as I do some other games that fall short in areas like this. Especially when the things that fall short on are still just serviceable niggles and weird things that you can completely ignore. Like, you do not have to be optimal in this game to finish it, so it is ignorable. It's not a gacha where your limited chances of gone towards pulling a character or something. You will have all of the characters who function basically like your weapons in Monster Hunter. Which weapon do you want? Yeah, just going through and leveling it up. I can actually, you've seen me go to the window a few times throughout the stream. If I go to share card over here, go to Weapon Awakening, you'll see Charlotta's is done, so she's ready for crowd rank, and none of my other characters are. There are proud rank missions I could do to make this process much, much faster, but I'm trying to do the show at the same time, so I can't do that. But you'll see this whole list of mess on the right side of the screen. That stupid main is what I was trying to get from the Frosty dude, and I could not get it. And this is just what you do for every character leveling up their weapon. And then it's just a matter of min-maxing your sigils, so your gear, by trying to get sigils with the appropriate stats you want for whatever you're trying to min-max for. And the super boss is not in the game yet. He's coming next week as a level 200. The level cap is 100. So that'll be interesting. But
I
yeah,
wonder if are they actually gonna? Is it 200 just because it's a nice round number? Or are they actually gonna scale his stats linearly up to 200?
that would be interesting. But yeah, uh, yeah, Proud Rank is normally set at sets the enemies to level 120. So if he's proportionally big to them, he's gonna be a chunky boy. So yeah, I'm still having fun with it. It's got little problems with its in-game gearing system, but I really don't care because it's just Monster Hunter Lite, but with Grand Blue characters. And I'm not a big Grand Blue fan. I haven't really invested myself in the Grand Blue universe. The mobile game is too hard to get into, but I like the fighting game and the characters are fun. So I'm okay getting into it. You're not getting, they're not setting out here to make the next uh greatest thing ever. They're just trying to have fun with their IP, and I can respect that approach. You need some games like that. So so yeah. Uh, Also, I was horrified by my Steam playtime in this game, and then I remembered, oh right, I left it on for like a day and a half. Well, I left it on all day today too, so like 2.5 days. I just left the game on because I got distracted and pulled away from my computer. So yeah, I probably put about, when this game come out, because I got it like on release day. 3-4 weeks ago, something like that. So I probably put about 65 hours into it so far. Solid bang for your buck there for this one. And I don't mind supporting side games at all.
I'm sort of, I was sort of disappointed to hear that the main story campaign was so short though.
Yeah, it is a full fleshed out uh, independent story, but it's like a super long anime movie.
All right.
Yeah. So and they just if you're not familiar with the Grand Blue universe, get used to reading that glossary, because you're not gonna know what the heck a primal beast is, or why Illyria can interact with them.
They're all just different colors of Bahamut.
Yeah, yeah. I I have I've had to kill the the Beefgate blocking you getting into Proud difficulty, because me and Ibu were just bumping through the quests on Maniac, no problem. Just letting two AIs take over the other two characters, and they Beefgate the Proud difficulty with Bahamut Versa. You got to go punch him in the face, and he is a 15-minute fight if you're fast, and he has so many one shots, especially if you're not at the appropriate gear level for Proud difficulty. So he's just going to be this big beefgate there, waiting for you to go back and figure out, okay, I need to actually get a set of gear that's competent and remember how to dodge attacks. So yeah, still having fun with it. It's probably got another week or two of life with me, at least. So I'll probably have clocked up about 100, 110 legitimate hours. Well, that's a bit much. Probably about 80 to 100 legitimate hours in the game by the time I'm done with it. That's pretty good bang for the buck for that lasted a month and a half in the background by then. So yeah, that's really all I played. I don't have much to report on the Genshin front. I'm in saving mode in case New Girl turns out to be my ammo dispenser. So there's been no anticipatory pulling on anything. I can't pre-farm for her. So
I've been trying to comprehend whether the means in which she actually works on the field by just reading the official description, but I can't really. It seems like it's a little bit too hard to infer exactly how she would be used in practical terms.
yeah, so we'll see with that one. What else? Star Rail. I've got the game installed and I'm logging on and dumping my resin and getting my daily rewards, and I'll do the simulated universe. Well, I've only have World 2 unlocked. Uh, just to get herd of vouchers, and not really making any progress there. I won't have anything to write home on Star Rail until I go back and rewatch the story, because it's hard to emphasize just how bad that English voice acting was.
Yeah, you should not hire e-celebs. This is what it comes down to. If they had not been focused on e-celebs, we would be fine.
And it's really frustrating with Star Rail, and because it's the perfect type of game I would normally like to chill with dubbed, because as I mentioned last week, I love big stupid attack name callouts in English. They're like one of my favorite anime tropes of all time. And Star Rail's set up for one-liners and attack name callouts for all going off all over the place, just like Mystic Arts in a Tales game.
But it's Gigak.
But Giga is a random miner in town. I think that's the only line I've heard of him, thankfully. So, but yeah, the actors are just terrible. Like, there will be no listening to, Laphicet go, "I stand in the light of the heavens, cower before the gates of hell. Come forth, divine lightning, descends now, indignation." Well, there's none of that. None. There may be an attempt at that, but it's going to sound retarded. So, yeah, Star Rail is pretty much on pause because I've got to, at the very minimum, go rewatch the entire story in a different language, because I cannot switch languages. That's not a thing my brain likes. So I have to go start that over, and I need to go through it again anyway, because I developed no attachment to the characters. Fall seems to really like all these characters, but I didn't click with any of them because of the English.
Yeah, well, they didn't have crappy, annoying voices for me.
Yeah, the only two characters in that game I have attached to are Aha, who I've only seen the simulated version of, and
And that's all you will ever see of him. Like, he's not going to become a recurring character or anything. Aeons don't descend to the mortal plane under normal conditions.
and uh, and Peppy the dog.
You like Peppy? You're a
I,
big Peppy fan?
I like the hijinks he causes at the space station.
Oh, you haven't had a chance to play as Peppy yet, have you?
No,
Yes, you will. You'll get it eventually. You'll have an opportunity to be the Peppy.
Peppy is a good boy. He sits on phones. So yeah, I will eventually report on Star Rail, but that time will probably be a bit yet. But yeah, I've got a few more character stories I could do in Genshin, but I just have been too brain fried this week to sit down and do any kind of story content at all in any game. It's just been one of those weeks. Like all I got the gas for is to get on and do something that's comfortable and easy to do.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I know how it feels. Trust me.
Yeah. So that's unfortunately all I got for my week. I wish I had more for you. Oh, one more thing about I'm going to turn the music off so we don't get copyright struck. I'm going to inflict the audience with tinnitus. Just turn that music down. Confirm the setting. And open my volume mixer. Turn relink sound back on. are you prepared for the worst chain sound of all time? So, you can trade your unwanted sigils in for vouchers that you can then use to roll on new ones. And to do that, you talk to Shirikart, and the Japanese is even worse because instead of what the parrot's about to say, it says "Sugoi, sugoi" the whole time. So we'll go to
I see.
we'll go to trade sigils, and we'll get us a. We'll just trade in all this low level junk we got from farming the doggo. We'll get 255 sigils. That'll be a lot. Not a lot, but a goodly amount of pulls. Anything that's got 6 or lower on the primary set. That'll do. It's plenty. Okay. Are you prepared for why they need a Transmute X button? And this will go on for every single
I
one.
can't hear it.
Unbelievable! Wonderful! Unbelievable! This is why this game is perfect for playing with the podcast on with the sound off. Because you will have to come back to Shirikart and roll these things every so often, and that stupid parrot is going to talk to you. And no, the Japanese cannot save you at all. Because I think it's even worse than the Japanese. In both languages, I swear it's Shirikart's voice just trying to imitate a parrot.
I see.
So yeah, that's how you. And then they also don't just let you insta refund the sigil you get, so you have to go back to the vouchers, back to sigils. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. I don't see any 5+s or in here, so I'll keep the auto revive. And so gotta trade them all back in, and then go back to wonderful, unbelievable. And you want to do this as much as possible because you'll notice a bar at the bottom of the screen filling up inside a little red box, well, big red box. I've got 12 stacks of it. This is your super duper gotcha for. They can give you like character specific sigils. They upgrade specifics about characters and stuff without having to pay the ludicrous currency in multiplayer tokens. So yeah, they need to amend this. They have hinted that they're aware of it. They have not hinted they plan to do anything about it.
Maybe they think it's actually a good thing.
But yeah, this could be much faster, and you do not have to do this every quest. You have quite a huge sigil inventory of something like 5,000 you can hold, so you don't have to come do clean out for a while. But if you've seen me play video games before, you know that's not an option. I have posted my inventories; they are organized to perfection. There must be a system, even if only I can understand it. And it must be as free of clutter as possible. Oh, I forgot one. I used all my vouchers, but I need to go into that one. So even if you get nothing, you're still building up the big gacha meter. So, and then, I need to trade in my, and then you got I'm getting all kinds of currencies now. I need to get trade my coins in for refining them. And there's actual loot boxes you just get for every mission, just that have totally random crap in them. Some of it can be really good. Most of the time it's not. I have 39 boxes. I must have killed that dog a bunch of times. Yeah, some of these are really good. Like, there's Damage Cap 5 in there. There's Power Hungry's good in there. I don't even know what that is. A whole bunch of new stuff because I just unlocked Proud Rank. I guess the gacha pool got better. So yeah, it's interesting. And now I have to go take all these back to Shirikart. and wonderful, unbelievable again. Fell on the ground. So yeah, that is versus Rising. I'm not going to show any of the actually appropriate stuff for my gear and character level on stream because uh, Bahamut just takes too much focus. So yeah, I think I'll leave my week there. I've stretched it as far as I can there. I can continue with an email. Paul wanted me to read it. If I can figure out where I put it.
My throat's feeling a little bit raw, and I feel like inflicting the dreaded Ari read on Cerithus.
All right. So this, as usual, comes from Cerithus, and it says, "Do the thing a Honkai Star Rail did at the end of Penacony Act 1." I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Even if I know exactly what he was getting at, I still wouldn't say, because everything that happens is a spoiler.
Yep. All right. Dear No Excuses. After many, many tries, I have finally completed the Swarm Disaster and Gods and Gears in the simulated universe. The meta progression in G&G was much easier. I suppose one of the feedback about Swarm Disaster was the objectives were way too hard and arbitrary, especially the reach the final boss with 0 on the step counter one. I bashed my head against the beefgate of the second boss for weeks before I lucked out on the "you win the battle if you lose the battle" curio. On the fourth and especially fifth difficulty, I see no way to complete the simulated universe side of the content. The boss damage is just too high. Propagation also has one very peculiar boon to it. One of the dice rolls is jump straight to the boss. You just cheat to that roll, go to the boss, kill it in less than 5 minutes. Quick and easy way to get a few extra choices to light up the hidden nose on the meta objectives. As for Sparkle and Archon, I blew all my courts on Little Miss Troll, but Archon seems really powerful. I don't have any lightning characters at the ready other than the decidedly mid Arlen, and both Serval and Dot. I think your sentence disappeared. Not looking good for my wallet. Maybe I'll blow some of my Stardust on extra tickets. The Stardust characters tend to be ones I already have at E6 already. However, I do not think MiHoYo would pull the "it was all a dream" twist after how Act 1 ended. This is not Dallas. Samantha won't just wake up mumbling to herself about a bad dream and validating 31 episodes or an entire season. I know I dated myself to levels previously thought impossible, but Dallas is a cultural reference here in the Eastern Bloc. And finally, I always treated names like Sparkle or Firefly as code or nicknames. Both of those girls have their reasons not to divulge their real identities, and Blade is just a 5 edgy 6 me kind of person. But it could be worse. The Hungarian translation for Blizzard books went and translated all the names, and I mean all of them. People, places, spells, classes. Orgrim Doomhammer sounds really badass in English, but the Hungarian version was beyond cringe. The sole exception is probably the Burning Legion. It sounds better in my language because of alliteration. Cerithus. P.S. One day I'll write about FF14.
Right. So I guess we'll start at the top. Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears. I've only touched the tutorial stuff of it. They are incredibly deep wells of stuff to attempt to do, of varying levels of insanity. But it's basically just alternate progression versions of simulated universe. Like, you can imagine that you've got simulated universe you're familiar with, which has got its 8 worlds and so on. There are another 2 simulated universes, like entire archetypes of the simulated universe. One of them concerned with the propagation and its history, what it got up to, and before it got, I think propagation was destroyed by Nanook before Nanook was an Aeon, and that made him an Aeon or something like that. And the other one is basically about synthetic life forms and Noose and that type of thing. and that one's got sort of like a balancing thing where you can adjust a particular stat, and depending on what your stat is when you enter a particular domain, it might give you additional sort of goals accomplished and that sort of thing. And you're supposed to basically be collecting information, and there's a sort of like a meta story throughout it. I haven't really spent a lot of time with it simply because it takes a lot of like actual raw playtime to progress. It's definitely content that you do when like your main like meat of your story is already done. It's not something that you digress and do that until it's done and then you go back to the story, because it could take you forever. Like as you saw, like some of the in his email, some of the challenges are just a bit nuts. You don't know when you're going to be able to successfully accomplish them, because the whole thing is structured in a sort of like a roguelike kind of way, right? You don't know what you're going to have at your disposal on any given run, and if you just get bad runs, well, you get bad runs. There's not really anything you can do about it. So yeah, it's designed to be evergreen content, and I think that by and large it will keep you as occupied as you reasonably can be kept occupied by a JRPG in terms of like raw mechanical combat. The ultimately JRPGs have always been more about the story than they are about the mechanics, but they have managed to keep the mechanics kind of fresh. And like with a lot of roguelike type content, you do get to have the experience of just when all the power ups just land in your favor, being absolutely able to lay waste to bosses. Like if you get a good run on Nihility and you've got a Black Swan Kafka team, you'll just dissolve the boss at the end. I've been on runs with the same team where I just got absolutely shreked, and runs where the boss evaporated simply due to how carefully I played my bets throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, I only have access to like 3 or 4 paths in the difficulty I've unlocked up to, and if I just want to get through it quickly, your boy Aha is the way I have to go because I don't have access to Nihility yet. I just have Aha, but I have Doctor Ratio and Kafka, and both of them do follow up attacks, and it's hilarious watching all the big numbers. Just watch the boss's health bar get deleted.
Yeah. The propagation was weird. Like I looked at the propagation blessings, and they just all seem kind of weird and unattractive. Like most teams are not going to capitalize on basic attack for their primary damage source. Like unless you've got a lot of characters who have empowered basic due to other things. Like I can totally see somebody running propagation if their main team is built around Imbibitor Lune, because his skill doesn't do anything. His skill just select you however many number of times you press it will tell you what attack he will do with his basic attack. And likewise for Chinshe, like you're just gonna play Mahjong until you get a hand, and then you'll use your basic attack and it'll do a billion damage. Like if you've got those teams, then propagation looks like it makes sense, but I'm not really sure how it makes sense outside of that, since it seems to be so monomaniacally focused on basic attack. Whereas, something with it seems to be at least as narrow as Nihility, which is almost all dot-based blessings. So if you don't run a dot team, Nihility is basically useless to you. It's not really anything that you can accomplish with it. So yeah, some of the teams are much more narrow than others. Some of them, like Destruction, will work with pretty much any kind of team, provided that you don't have any uncontrollable healing that will bring your health up above 50%, because you pretty much have to stay below 50% health at all times, and you will be able to shatter gods with your attacks, but you'll also always be a hair away from getting deleted. But yeah, it's certainly they're certainly interesting game modes. I haven't played around with Erudition either, the Erudition path that's in the other one, but it seems to be mostly focused around ultimates and the spamming thereof. Most things seem to be a pretty ultimate focused there. But generally speaking, I haven't gone out of my way to bring Erudition characters to Simulated Universe unless I have no choice. I mean, I can see the argument for it in a stage where there's lots of ants being summoned, but most bosses, like, you break the ads and then you'll focus on the boss, and then erudition sort of starts to weaken. But maybe the blessings allow you to stack erudition characters such that, because usually the character with the same name as the blessing, where appropriate, is going to benefit most. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe characters that are able to do really good ultimate spam will just work really well. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, simply because, as I said, I've got too much still to do. The whole simulated universe shtick and making any real progress on it is way on the back burner till I'm finished with all the story stuff and the side quests and that sort of thing, because I've got a ton of it. I've got a ton of it waiting. The dice thing, the like stacking your dice, is like, oh my goodness, this seems way too complicated. I bet there's an optimal one, but I have no idea what it is. So, because basically when you're advancing through the simulated universe for some of the other modes, like the Swarm Disaster, and that you roll dice and you get different effects, and in one of them you can build custom dice, which will give you, so you can choose what effects can be chosen from when you roll the dice within limits. And so, and there's different types of dice that you can choose, which have different effects and that sort of thing. Like, the whole thing is just like layers upon layers upon layers of the sort of like finicky, autistic, roguelike bullshit that people love in their randomly generated content. So yeah, they've really outdone themselves, I think, in terms of like the fundamentals of design of the system, because it's not so finicky that you are going to get screwed with any kind of regularity, although you still can be, and you can gain both the experience of really challenging content at times, and also that feeling of being like an overpowered god when everything goes in your favor, which is, honestly, to me, that's what roguelikes are really about. It's about the feast as well as the famine. If you only ever got famine, nobody would want to play them. But yeah. Sparkle and Acheron. I have not pulled for Sparkle. I don't think I'll pull for Sparkle. Like I've mentioned, I'm waiting on another Fushuan banner, because I've pulled in the recent banners. I've pulled both Kafka and Black Swan, and both of those are in aid of damage. I need something solid in aid of sustain. So getting a sustain character is going to take precedence over getting another Harmony, since I've got Ruin May. Like, in my mind, Ruin May and Sparkle do different things. Sparkle is basically like Merlin in FGO, and Ruin May is like Waver. Like, you can slot Waver into every team and he's going to benefit at least somewhat. Whereas Merlin works in the Merlin Buster Crit team, and that's about it. And that team is absolutely godlike up until such time as the developer invents a mechanic that renders his ability to do 50 billion damage per hit completely moot, because combat archetypes now work differently. Whereas Waver has never stopped being effective, and FGO use Waver to this day because all of his buffs still are buffs. They buff. They make you buff. So yeah, I since I've got Ruan May, I'm not going to diverge out into another archetype when I've got limited resources, because the only way that I could get Sparkle is if I was willing to just whale for Fushuan. And if I open that can of worms, well, then I become a whale player, and it would be like, well, I might as well whale this time too. I might as well become one of those people who gets all the characters. I might as well become one of those people who gets C6 on a 5-star.
Slippery
Like,
slope.
it is a slippery slope, and it's designed to be. You know, I'm fine with spending some money on a gacha, but I don't want to make it a way of life.
I hard limit myself to like the monthly purchases usually. And I don't generally buy any of the like quartz packs anymore.
He's the guy who came back to find that he had a huge amount of Freema gems.
Yeah, I said anymore.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like, I will probably buy at least some packages of the Stellar Jades. Number one, because I like the game a lot, and number two, because I'll want to buy out the bonus before the anniversary resets it. Because, you know, I'm definitely going to buy some sooner or later. I might as well buy it while there's a bonus. And the tradition with MiHoYo has been, on anniversaries, reset the bonus primos or whatever, because the first time you buy it you get double.
I see, and
But
then there's like you
they
only get
reset that.
150 every time or something.
Yeah, and then you go down to normal amounts. But with that bonus will reset back up to the full 100% bonus value every anniversary if they do things the same way as in Genshin. So I'll probably buy it out before that and just bank it. There's sort of like an ongoing conversation for like the small scale whales, like the dolphin tier, that about whether if you're willing to whale, should you whale for Eidolon 1 or should you whale for the characteristic light cone? And it's very much up in the air, similar to the way it is in Genshin, because some of the light cones are so hyper specialized that it's sort of inconceivable that you could really use them on anybody else. And I think it's the same case with some of the signature weapons in Genshin. Like, some of them you could use on anybody and they'll be good. And some of them only work on characters that only use jump attacks. And also pole arms. That type of thing. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to pull for Acheron either, because I shouldn't have anything left. And Acheron will probably be... I would say, if my estimates are correct, that the first one banner will be sharing real estate with the Acheron banner. Either in that week or in the week, either in that however long, it's usually a fortnight or 3 weeks or something, I'm not sure. Or it will be in the adjacent one, I think, of the two-parter. That's what I would estimate. And the other one will be whoever is the other one at the time. Probably, I would say the other one that needs to be run again is probably Topaz and Numby. And probably Aventurine is going to be the other 5-star, I presume. Like, I haven't been looking into the leaks and stuff, so I don't really know exactly if they've actually said what these are, because I don't follow it especially closely. I just follow it just closely enough. But yeah, I'm expecting that it'll probably be Acheron first one, Aventurine, Numby. Well, I say Numby. Topaz is supposed to be the main player, but Numby is the one everybody remembers. Numby is... Topaz is basically, for the Aristeels who don't know, Topaz is a character you meet in a Trailblaze Continuance mission after Girello 6 is done, and she's basically an executive debt collector for the IPC, and Numby is her pet, and her pet is a Fragmentum trotter. I don't know if you've seen them yet, the little pigs.
Yeah, I've bumped into them in random encounters before. They're the things I'm thinking of.
Yeah. So her pet Numby is one of those, and she's basically the follow-up attack enabler specialist type character. Like, her main effect is, she's a hunt character, but her main effect is to add multipliers to follow-ups, I think. I don't have her, so I'm not really sure. But yeah. So I think she's going to be running again alongside Aventurine. I don't know if Aventurine's going to be as good. He doesn't seem like a meta shaper, but he does seem like he'll probably be reasonably powerful. It's just a question of how powerful, because if he is too powerful, then he will make certain teams invincible, and then that will be a problem, because they will just up the power of all of the enemies in order to balance out the Aventurines and the population, which is always what people are terrified of when it comes to power creep. So, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with Serval. I think Serval is perfectly serviceable. I'm not quite sure what's supposed to be after his full stop there. And I don't think Arlen is mid. I think Arlen is trash. Like, Arlen doesn't do enough damage to justify the fact that he's self-harming constantly, effectively. Like, I don't think that it's worth using Arlen. I've never built him. Like, doesn't seem to be a reason. Like, there's no need for it. Like, I don't think that, because Serval has the unique attribute of being able to splash with her basic, and she's a relatively solid erudition character as well. Like, I don't feel like, and Arlen is destruction, I think. I'm not sure. He's either destruction or hunt, and destruction is sort of like, they're supposed to be bruiser types who have blast rather than AoE and are generally tougher. But since Arlen is a self-harmer, he ends up being at least as fragile as an erudition character anyway. So my opinion is that Serval makes Arlen more or less redundant. And Serval also, number one, everybody's got her. And number two, she does dot as well. So in addition to everything else, she also can be used with dot teams. So she's definitely a very effective jack of all trades character who I used quite a lot until I matured my dot team by adding Black Swan to it, because doubling up on I still double up on lightning sometimes if I need to farm something that I know all the enemies are going to have a lightning weakness, but most of the enemies in those farming stages also have a wind weakness, so I can usually use Black Swan for those as well. So yeah, I think Serval is a good character though. I don't think that she's so terrible that you're forced to get Acheron, but I expect Acheron's going to be powerful because she has to round out the mommy trio that everybody is so hell bent on getting.
You saying somebody in
But she-
MiHoYo's got a preference?
I'm saying that Acheron looks exactly like Raiden Shogun, and Raiden Shogun looks exactly like a similar character from Honkai 3rd. So, yeah. But yeah, everything that people have said about Acheron based on leaked skills and that suggests that Acheron's going to be ungodly powerful to the point of being at risk of being broken. But because while she's Nihility, it's not really clear exactly what about her makes her Nihility rather than Destruction or Hunt or something like that. Possibly she stacks debuffs or something as part of her ultimate timing mechanic. But people have mathed out theoretical builds and that where she uses her ultimate every second turn and things like that when used in conjunction with Sparkle and that sort of thing. And if that's really where the damage bar gets set, then the balance of the game is going to be in deep trouble. So I'm not really sure exactly how that will play out, what her numbers will be like in the. It's a bit concerning, but it's always a bit concerning when you see people hyped for a new damage character, whether that damage character is going to change the paradigm of enemies broadly. Because they can't even build the game around everybody having Acheron, but they also can't have her destroy the entire damage model of the game by being in isolation more powerful than everybody else, because Jingyu nearly did, and didn't quite, but did become the sole hyper carry used by everybody forever. If they were aware of what banners were coming up, they would roll on the Jingyu banner and use her as the hyper. It was always the Sparkle has added the ability to use a Boboto Lunai in the same capacity, so that's changed things a bit. But yeah, it's sort of hard to tell what Acheron's going to do, other than she's likely to be quite powerful. But even if she was only modestly powerful, I think people would still roll on her because she's Raiden Shogun. And she's also kind of likable in the story, if a little bit mysterious. She offers some consolation in her own sort of awkward way where it's needed and that sort of thing. So she's quite likable, even if she's a bit iffy, and the story seems to try and go out of its way at times. The story seems to be going out of its way to make you trust her and like her, and other times it seems to be trying to make you distrust her. So yeah, it's like a lot of things in Penacony, everything cuts both ways. And I don't think that MiHoYo's not going. I don't think MiHoYo is going to go It's All a Dream. I don't know what Dallas is. I've heard the name of the show, but
TV show that it's infamous for having a whole season be just retconned out of existence. Don't know the real reason for it either. I didn't. I saw reruns of it on TV, but I didn't follow the show.
But what I would say about that is I don't mean that they would say it's all a dream and remove that part of the plot. That's not what I'm suggesting. The reality is that the reality of Penacony is a dream to begin with, and everybody knows it. It's only a twist if when you say it's all a dream, it makes the story disappear. That becomes a shark jump moment. It's not a shark jump moment if everybody already knew it was all a dream. They just didn't quite understand exactly how and what parts were. Because there's definitely, they definitely have laid it on pretty thick that what people think is Penacony isn't necessarily all that is Penacony, and there are other layers to Penacony, other layers to that dream, and the dream that everybody is embedded in primarily is just the part that has been engineered for habitation, and the rest of it contains things like that horrible boss that imprisons your characters all the time while you're trying to fight the damn thing. That I think is pretty obvious that there's certainly a lot of misleading stuff being sown about the place. Like, too many things I've seen like have made me think over the course of the story, did I mishear that the first time? Because I thought they said the opposite. And it may be that I didn't mishear some of them, and they have in fact been reporting the opposite. Like, I'm pretty sure at one point, near the end of Penacony's 2.0 story, Black Swan says that everybody on Penacony is a liar, and you need to include me in that. And at one point earlier, she says that, oh, the servants of Fuli don't lie, and she is allegedly a servant of Fuli. So either one of them is not Black Swan and is actually Sparkle, because disguising herself is what Sparkle does, or, you know, she's just a liar, or you didn't actually experience things in quite the way that you thought she did, or she's just not telling the truth at certain times and telling the truth at others. But like the difference between, you know, dreams and reality, truth and lies, is sort of like that's the overriding sort of thematic framing of the story. And lots of things that are reported to you in the course of the story don't really seem credible. I'm not going to spoil what they are because some of them might turn out to be really important later. But yeah, there are certain things you get told that I'm like, yeah, that could technically be true, but based on the way things are going, that would be too convenient, or too inconvenient, or conveniently inconvenient type of thing. So yeah, I don't think that they're going to expel any part of the story that has been told, but I think that they could reframe it as being an expression of something else. Like, there are a lot of characters that, you know, they seem to do similar things, but you never see them in the same place at the same time, sort of thing, that type of thing. And, you know, Sparkle is just a wild card that has been chucked in there. Because you never know what she's been up to or what strings she's trying to pull. Like, her background story trailer makes it pretty clear that she's a child actress, a prodigy child actress. So she can basically choose to be anybody she wants since her power is illusions, and she's like a prodigy actor. So yeah, there's a whole lot of uncertainty in there. I don't think they're going to dissolve the plot, but I think that what we think the story is definitely not an appreciable fraction of the story at this point. Though, you know, they've surprised me before. I can't really say exactly how, but they've surprised me with their decisions, especially concerning things that, you know, there's sometimes an IP will have a character emerge as a fan favorite that sort of most people would think it would make them inviolate. Like, they'll just go, well, the story's not finished yet, so we might as well try and make sure that this character is preserved. But no. What happens to characters in Star Rail was clearly decided a long time ago, and things will play out with various characters. There is basically total gameplay and story segregation in Star Rail, like at least as much as in Genshin, if not more. They usually won't jar you as much in Genshin as they will in Star Rail. Like, you should consider the things that happen in combat to be a separate game entirely from the story that you're playing. So yeah, names like Sparkle or Firefly, you can treat them like code names or nicknames, but the reality is that in Japanese they're real names. Like, they could be code names or they could be nicknames. However, both Hotaru and Hanabi are real Japanese names. So there's not really any reason to have to designate them as nicknames, other than the fact that they decided to localize them. And it's not quite as bad as some things, like the era when 4Kids changed everybody's name. That is the most famous.
Jelly donuts.
Well, that's a little bit different than changing character names. They were just they were making the leap that nobody in the West will have heard of a rice ball before. But
I just that one is special to me because I saw that live on TV as that episode was first airing.
yeah, I remember seeing that as well. But
And I had no clue. I'd never seen a jelly donut look like that. I was so confused.
But unless the translators have been given extra information, and they've been given extra information, obviously. But unless they know something that makes their names particularly important, like I suppose that you could argue in the vein of what Serathis is saying that for Hotaru to be called Firefly, she's somebody you only meet in a dream, so it would make sense for her to have a nickname or a code name because there's always going to be something false about the dreams because they're dreams, and so for her to use a not her real name would make sense. I mean, for all we know, it's not her real name and she's somebody else entirely. We don't know that. Because we've only ever met her in a dream. But it's also like, is there something so special about the fact that she is named Firefly specifically that she couldn't have had a real name? Because everybody else is going by their real name, more or less. Although names seem to be a little bit flexible in some quarters. Like, for instance, March 7th is named March 7th because she named herself March 7th, not because that's her actual name. And there's a whole plot behind that as well. I just did a side story concerning March 7th's sort of hunt for more of her past, and it turns out that, you know, that seems like it's a plot that they're planning to do something with going forward, and that they're going to dig into, because it seems to be a point of concern for various individuals, and they're concerning themselves a bit more deeply with her than perhaps one would normally expect. But yeah, there's a lot of meat to the background, lots of lore to look into, and it feels to me more coherently assembled than Genshin's. Whereas Genshin's is supposed to be a little bit. It seems like it's supposed to be a bit more loose and open ended, particularly early on. I don't know if Sumeru firms up a bunch of the sort of the hard outlines of the way things work because I haven't got there yet. But everything up to Inazuma seems to play pretty fast and loose with any concept of lore. And it's just like, well, we'll do what we want as we please.
That is one of those laws. Is the whole point of Sumeru, and establishing it is a big deal.
But yeah, so I think that what I'm saying is that as far as Pinaconi is concerned in particular, which I think is I feel the most judged by what he said about that, is that I don't think that they're telling us the truth. It's fundamentally. And we know for a fact, the things that we know about Pinaconi is it's a world of dreams. Like, they aren't going to take that plot point away because there'd be nothing left if they did. And we know that people on Pinaconi aren't telling us the truth. And the most obvious lie that you can tell in a place which is about dreams, where you know people aren't telling you the truth, is a lie about where the distinction lies between what is actually happening and what is happening in a dream. And furthermore, it is pretty heavily implied, if not outright stated, that just because it happens in a dream doesn't mean it's not also the truth. Because the dreams seem to be 100% real, and we're kind of iffy on exactly what the mechanics are of somebody dying in the dream, because it seems to be 100% an issue, because they've got heaps of security staff around the place to ensure bad things don't happen to people in most areas of the dream. And there's definitely dangers, there's definitely enemies, and you definitely get game over if you get defeated. So yeah, there's a lot of but you know, the death in a dream also seems to have a personification of its own. Like, it seems to be sort of, there's this idea is promulgated at one point that dying in a dream should be impossible, but you actually can, provided that you sort of like you dream in such a way that it becomes inevitable type of thing, and that this has its own sort of embodiment. I'm trying to talk around spoilers while still discussing sort of like the core themes and plot elements while leaving nothing concrete. But yeah, there's just a lot of interesting things to play with in there. And it's going to become increasingly frustrating trying to talk about them as the story wears along, with Ari and Fern not advancing the plot. But yeah, I'm not really. I'm one of those people who gets dismissed as stridently advocating for faithfulness to the original work. And that's not. I don't make that a deal breaker. Like if faithfulness to the original work was a deal breaker, in terms of language and idiom and that, then I wouldn't be able to tolerate most Japanese games because they do employ a certain amount of playing with the idiom. I feel like I get more out of the cross-cultural experience being exposed to Japanese idiom than I do out of having it forcibly translated into the next nearest thing in English. I find that to be a more enriching thing than a distracting thing most of the time. But I still will tolerate it to a certain extent. I just would like it not to be overblown. Like for instance, I don't usually read the scriptures in Revised Standard Version, right? Which is that's one of the most popular versions for reading, particularly for study in the English world. It's the Revised Standard Version, New Revised Standard Version, and I'm a Catholic, so it would be Catholic Revised Standard Version, which is slightly different to the Protestant one. But that's a translation of the Bible that has used the oldest available texts to generate the most literal translation that can reasonably be done while still being able to be read. And it uses a lot more secular language than some of the others do. My father prefers the American Standard one, which uses a bit more theological flair, but is generally still pretty close to literal. I, for reading, actually use the Knox version, and the Knox version it's translated from the Vulgate with notes. So it's actually a translation of a translation, but it is written to be an Englishman's Bible, basically.
I'll give you one guess what my daddy reads.
I don't know. There's too many to choose from.
What is the
if he's
the most stereotypical BoomerCon edition of the Bible you could think of?
Either King James or New King James.
Yep, it's King James. OG King James.
Yeah. So OG King James is a okay translation. It's quite kind of I like it. I read it for a long time before I got my Knox Bible, because Knox Bibles are really hard to get. And the language is quite beautiful, and the translation is decent. It's not perfectly literal, and it's got a certain amount of theological flair. I think it's a very good, very well balanced Bible, quite a respectable one to read. I don't understand the people who have made it into an idol, and there are definitely people who treat it as like the fourth person of the Trinity, which is really weird to my mind. But there are people like that. But it's a perfectly good version of the Bible, and I would probably use that as my regular reader were I not using the Knox Bible at the moment instead. But the Knox is a Vulgate translation, so it's got a certain amount of drift, but Monsignor Knox was a good translator, and he leaves a lot of notes on his rationale for every decision that he's made. And it's very readable. It flows in natural English. It's basically like if they did the King James over again, it would probably in the sort of like the early 20th century, then it would look like the Knox Bible. So even though I know that it is in parts largely paraphrase, I am satisfied with the explanations that are given in the footnotes as to why certain things have been decided to be expressed in particular ways. And there are certain things that have been trimmed out for readability as well. Like most people would think that that's like completely unacceptable. But there are certain places in like Leviticus, for instance, where the original text just repeats it repeats the same line like 25 times over and over and over again. It's like, well, I don't think you actually get any more holy from reading the same line over and over and over and over again. So Knox compressed it a little bit, but generally speaking, I'm perfectly happy to read it, even though it's a paraphrase. It's not a direct literal translation, but I understand why it's made the decisions that it has, and the decisions have been made thoughtfully with an eye toward preserving the meaning intact and inviolate, even if the language itself has changed. And a lot of localization does not do that. They try and do the worst possible thing, which is what the infamous message translation of the Bible does. Are you familiar?
The meme one that, yeah, I've heard
Yes,
of it and seen excerpts.
it tries to suit the Bible to the culture and the day, which is what localizers do. Which is why you get anime with Gamergate references in them, because they are trying to use their own lights to suit something foreign to the day and the place, instead of attempting to convey what the original content was. Because nobody is actually calling for word-to-word translations. They just don't want things to be distorted out of recognition. And that's what you get when you start to change names, because names are usually chosen thoughtfully. And what's more, the reason why the English one is particularly obnoxious to me in terms of like Firefly and Sparkle is that Firefly and Sparkle are not names. And they are conspicuously not names. You have to treat them as code names. You've got no choice, because your mind can't accept it otherwise. Nobody names their daughter Firefly. Well, maybe hippies do. It sounds like something a hippie might do.
I'm getting flashes of Elon Musk's kids' names.
Yeah, well, Elon's a bit special.
He's
Ain't
Elon.
nobody ever accused him of being right in the head. But yeah, I don't like that practice of adapting names generally. Like, you can adapt them within reason. Like returning to the biblical example, since it's basically the translation of everything. They change lots of names in the Bible, but they're always to transliterate across a vast cultural gulf as close as you reasonably can. And there's even sort of like within English, there's difference. Like, most obvious example I would say is probably things like in a Protestant Bible, the prophet Elijah is referred to as the prophet Elijah. In a Catholic Bible, it's referred to as Elias, because that's the Latin transliteration, and our Bibles are usually transliterated in turn from the Latin. So we keep the name as Elias, and lots of spellings are different in Catholic Bibles compared to Protestant Bibles. But Protestant Bibles return to earlier texts, and they start the transliteration process over, often from like whatever source they've got, whether it's Hebrew or Aramaic or Greek, whatever's available to them, and they will start that transliteration process over, and so you get Elijah instead. And both of them are legitimate, and both of them are trying to communicate the same thing. You'll see the same trait play out, like Nehemiah is the same. So you say in the Catholic Bibles, you see Nehemiah, and you see Jeremiah, and you see that type of thing. And you see that with lots of different names as well. Some of them have been harmonized over the course of time simply because the Protestant version has been around longer, or because Catholic Bibles had too many different versions, so they just adopted the most dominant one. But ultimately they aren't translating the name. Like, you will not find any Bibles where Simon Peter is actually called Rock. As far as I'm aware. Have you ever seen one? I haven't.
Have we checked the message lately?
Yeah, I haven't checked the message lately, but and so Christ famously renames Simon to Petros. I don't know. I mean, he's not Petros in the Aramaic. I don't think. I think Cephas. But since the Gospels were written in Greek to a Greek audience, back then the process was to transliterate. Also, because people would do that with their names. So the most well-known example is probably Saul changing his name to Paul, because Paulos was a Greek name and he was trying to evangelize the Greeks. So he changed his name. He actually changed his name, which is why the scriptures recount him as being called Pallas because he went to the Gentiles to evangelize them and stayed there until he was executed. So it wouldn't make sense to go back to the original version of his name. It wasn't changed just to suit the time and the place in the text. It was changed to suit the time and the place by the man who had the name in question. And I expect probably Peter did a similar thing. He probably went by Petros in the Greek parts of the world, because everywhere was a Greek-speaking part of the world by the time the Roman Empire had conquered the Palestine area. So, yeah. All I'm saying is, there are already extant translation conventions that are venerable and respected, and just because a bunch of rainbow-haired, people who are completely uncertain of their own gender have decided that they need to put their spin on things is not a good enough reason to name somebody Firefly. That's the name of a transformer, not the name of a person. Also, it's not fair that you said that the Serathis, that you said that the Hungarian version of Organ Doomhammer was cringe without telling us what it is. Although Hungarian is probably the most confusing language in the entirety of Europe, so we probably wouldn't be able to read it anyway.
Yeah, I can't read a thing you guys put together. All right. There is a segue here, if we want to take it. Thank you for the email, Serathis. So, we got a couple news topics. Do you want to do the one that naturally segues off all of
that? What are we talking about?
You had a Sweet Baby article and the other one.
Right. So I was not actually necessarily putting that out there for news, but it is topical since people are still talking about it for some reason. I didn't think that this would flare up because I didn't think people would bother to pay much attention to it after the first day. I thought it was just going to, be a fart in the wind. But apparently people did, because Sweet Baby's goons tried to cancel the guy who made the Steam curator list. And apparently people weren't terribly impressed by this. And I can't say that I blame them. And it seems that it's gotten an awful lot of attention, generally speaking. The people are saying Gamergate 2.0, but I'm sort of hesitant to say that, since, as far as I can tell, the edifice of gaming, quote, journalism, unquote, never acknowledged the end of Gamergate. They've just been, reporting and writing editorial columns about Magorts ever since. They never stopped.
Yeah,
Gamergate has been living rent free in their heads for time immemorial at this point.
Yeah, this whole thing came off to me when I've been flipping through it the weeks and seeing it just still going. As these people that are getting yelled at, as it's almost like they're amplifying it intentionally because they've been deprived of attention for too long. But they, at the same time, while that's what they're doing, I don't think they know they're doing it.
Well, I think that they're just your typical moderns, really, like just utterly self-centered and delusional. Like they don't have any connection to the real world. They just live entirely within their heads and the bubble of their circle of friends, and their idea of friend is not even the same as our idea of friend. Their idea of friend is political ally. So their perspective on the world, and this is how they would be happy to tell you this is how you get genocides, and they would know because they're always planning one. Like, you can tell these people have just spent their entire life planning how they could possibly genocide their enemies, is just kill everybody who they don't like. They fantasize about it non-stop. But
I'm telling you, I go to bed thinking about what the wonderful things I can do to my government are.
But that's because they're a government. You're not necessarily going to bother to try and wipe out everybody who has a thought that's different to the ones in your own head. Your government is scum though, so I mean you'll be well shot of them. But yeah, these people they have an alien perspective of the world that can't really be understood. It can't be understood by people on the opposite end of the political aisle like us, and what's more, it can't even be understood by normies. And this has been well studied, right? Famously so. That progressives can't tell you anything about what a conservative think on any topic. They just don't understand them, and they assume that they're basically, insensate beasts that just react aggressively to anything that comes within reach. That's legitimately their perception of the world. And since they don't actually maintain any contact with the world, they're never going to get disabused of this note. They perceive everything as an aggressive action if it counteracts their desires at any given point in time. They don't have any concept of friendship. They only know about political allies. They don't have any concept of beauty. They only have a concept of use for the ideology. Like their experience of the world has been carefully cultivated to be totally orthogonal to any normal person's experience of the world. And so they can behave in these incredibly bizarre ways because they're constantly trying to shore up the reality they've created around themselves. Gamergate is incredibly useful to them because it gives them a feeling of legitimacy at all times because it's oppressing them in their mind. So long as they're being oppressed, that gives them legitimacy, right? Because everything about them is about power politics. If you have the power, then you set the policy. And if you are setting the policy, then you can't object to anything. So they need to be out of power at all times. And the way that they make themselves out of power is by creating enemies to hold the power over them. And if their enemy doesn't actually exist, then that's the most useful kind of enemy there is in the certain contexts. So they want there to always be the Gormagorts around them because that way, number one, they can assign people to the group of Gamergators and have a set of enemies to attack. And number two, they don't ever have to actually worry about any kind of sustained assault on their ideology or their ideological camp because it doesn't actually exist. Yeah. Where it falls down, of course, is that they need there to be heaps and heaps of racists and Nazis in the world. And since there really aren't that many Nazis in the world, there are a lot of racists, but most of them are in other countries outside the West. And since there's not that many Nazis in the world, they have to manufacture them, which requires a huge amount of overhead as far as their thought processes are concerned. So it is a bit of a pain when they can't find enough racists to populate the world with racists, and it starts to make they start to have to draw normies in as racists and make enemies of larger portions of the population in order to create a stable of enemies for them to be oppressed by. But generally speaking, the upshot of all of it is that the world that they experience is one entirely of their own concoction. They don't live where we live. They live where they have created a special environment in their own space, the space between their ears, and there's lots of real estate in there, and they've created a world in there to live in. And the Sweet Baby people are sort of like one of the tendrils that projects out of this space and into the real world to try and paint it such that those illusions can be incorporated into their inner experience. So they are, for those that don't know, I call them sensitivity readers, which is the older term for this particular kind of political correctness, where they would call in people to basically focus test a piece of media to make sure it wouldn't upset anybody. The term's sort of more or less fallen into disuse, and that's largely due to the absolute hegemony of that way of thinking. That there's no need for sensitivity readers anymore because everybody thinks like that as far as media production is concerned. And so now you have got entities like Sweet Baby who they bill themselves as narrative consultants, and they claim to do tasks largely in the vein of things like ensuring narrative continuities are maintained and that sort of thing. Characters stay in character and that type of thing. The problem is that the writing of any project that they get involved in becomes exponentially more shite the more involved they are, So they're clearly bad at that job. And number two, nobody actually thinks that's what they do. Like, Sweet Baby is a left-wing money laundering scheme. They do not add anything to. They do not add anything to the work. Like there are people who say, "Oh, they wokeify games projects." They don't really wokeify games projects. There is no games project wokeified that by Sweet Baby that wasn't already going to be woke as shit before Sweet Baby became involved. And the reason for this is largely due to two things. Number one is entertainment industry monoculture, and number two is games industry incestuousness. Every single one of the people working at Sweet Baby worked for a games publisher beforehand, pretty much, as far as I'm aware. There might be a few like organizers in there who didn't, who have come in to sort of make sure that the political spin is maintained, because they're basically content commissars in this case, which is why I say they don't add anything, right? Because a commissar doesn't add anything to the rules. They just ensure that they're always there to scare people into compliance. But they basically are doing things that they have been paid to do by their friends who still work at the company, who got them the job as consultants, who would have been the ones doing the same thing regardless. If Sweet Baby didn't exist, then the people in that particular vein who are still at the company would have done it instead of them. But this just allows them to basically siphon money off of the rapidly ballooning entertainment industry budgets to their buddies in their circle of political allies, who they laughably refer to as friends. So the whole thing is basically a money laundering scheme. However, because it is only corrupt people involved, it is still useful to some extent as a sort of like a scarlet letter. If you have Sweet Baby involved, it means that the people working at that company are part of like big woke, basically. They're part of the woke industrial complex. It is not that Sweet Baby becoming involved makes them woke. It is that the people working there knew to hire Sweet Baby because Sweet Baby are part of their circle. So hiring them is a marker that the company itself is contaminated. And I think this is where most people are falling down. They think that Sweet Baby being involved is a marker that the game is bad. No, it's a marker that the company has gone bad. The people working on that development team are bad, and they're only capable of producing things that are bad if they have the power to add any direction to the project. And if they can bring in a narrative consultant, then they do. Narrative consultants are an incredibly laughable concept, because if you needed them, it means your writing team was shite. If your writing team is shite, you should hire a better one. And if the people at Sweet Baby were any good at writing, then they wouldn't have been fired from their writing jobs, because they would already be on the project as the writers. But no, everybody involved is shite at their job, and that's just the way it is. This is like, you know, the fallen games industry in a nutshell. Like, who amongst the big AAA companies in the West writes any good content anymore?
Look at me.
There's nobody. There's literally nobody. And it's not like they write bad content because they are woke. No, they write bad content because they're not capable of writing good content. Wokeness is just sort of like something that rushes in to fill the void. There is a deficit of vision here, because the people involved in the project have none. They can't write. They can't tell a story. They can't make a decent game. They don't care about any of those things, because the entertainment industrial complex is just about pushing messages now. They don't really have any investment in games. They're the same as the games reviewers that I decried earlier. The games are simply a vessel. They don't have much interest in engaging with, and you'll find that, you know, the people who are in the trenches at these companies, the code monkeys, they care about whether the game is good or not. That's the only reason that it still even resembles a game. Because there are people who are fundamentally coding game mechanics in there. but they're totally unsupported by the rest of the structure because the rest of the structure is not aiming in the same direction. The rest of the structure is aiming at sculpting the industry as a whole to be a thing that funnels people down a particular way of thinking. The fact that everything that comes out is shite does neither here nor there to them. They don't care about that. What they want is for there to be no good alternative. Because if there's no good alternative, then what a game is will simply become just what they produce. They need there to be no alternative. It's why it wasn't enough for Sony of America to be Sony of America while Sony of Japan was Sony of Japan. Sony of America positively acted to destroy Sony Japan because they could not allow a competitor to exist because the philosophies were different. It was not that they grew large or grew wealthy and overcame the Sony Japan. No, they destroyed them because they couldn't have somebody providing an alternative. They need there to be no alternative. What is needed, as far as they're concerned, is for every form of product to fall in line so that nobody has any choice but to perceive that product in a particular way. And when I say that product, I mean industry-wide. I don't mean a given game. This is not about the given game. This is about what video games are as a thing. I mean, they're bad enough in a bad enough state from a commercial perspective with the way, everything, like the best you can hope for these days is, exploitative micropayment based live service. Like, I don't attach to gacha games because I love being screwed out of my money on luck based pull systems. I play them because that's the only place you can find good writing now. Like, and some are better than others. Like, Blue Archive has a nicer gacha, and I love the story. I'm very entertained by it, and there's a lot of depth there, and there's lots of tantalizing questions and plot threads to speculate about, and that will be little by little revealed as the story rolls on. And I'm enjoying playing Star Rail, and to a lesser extent Genshin Impact, because I think it's got some issues. But Ari says the story picks up later. But I'm not attaching to these gachas because I like gacha. It's because the gachas still have good storylines because they're not produced by companies that are plugged into the same edifice as the Western games are.
Mm-hmm.
The Western games studios are shitting out things like Kill the Justice League that everybody hates. There are still the small ones that are producing things like Helldivers and that have become like smash hits in their little ways, and there's no knowing how long any given one of them will last. There was a war being fought over that, and I'm not really sure what the resolution was because people tried to apply the same media literacy narrative to Helldivers as they did to Starship Troopers. They tried to say, "Oh, Helldivers is a parody," and a lot of people picked up. They sort of like got crosstalk from the Starship Troopers discourse and assumed that this meant that the creators of Helldivers 2 intended Helldivers 2 to be a parody, and they failed at it. And so basically they overlaid Helldivers 2 on top of Starship Troopers, Paul Verhoeven's movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that was the case. I have not seen anybody present evidence that was the case. I have seen lots of people, including Sargon's crew, talk about it as though this were the case. But I haven't seen anybody present any evidence that that was ever the writer's intention. So even from a media literacy point of view, holding that in inverted quotes the way it's intended by the progressives, it doesn't make sense to say that. And I haven't seen confirmation of this, but apparently there was an interview where the creator of Helldivers 2, like the guy in charge, was asked about micropayments or something like that related to that, and he said, "Oh well, basically the micropayments, the amount of like premium content and DLC and that depends on the necessity of me feeding my Warhammer habit." And as we all know, Warhammer is almost exclusively a right-wing hobby in terms of the people who are really into it and really take it seriously.
Let's see.
So yeah, it's entirely possible that while the progressives and the right both took Helldivers to have been intended to be a parody, that it was intended to look, it might in fact have been intended to look like the Starship Troopers parody, while tongue-in-cheek knowing the entire time just exactly how goofy it is. Which would make sense considering how next level their parody is compared to Paul Verhoeven's movie. Like, Paul Verhoeven's movie is meant to make what he perceives as fascism look ridiculous, and in the process makes it look attractive. But in the case of Helldivers, they have deliberately made it goofy. Like for instance, the use of the term managed democracy as what you're attempting to spread. There is no right winger who has ever used managed democracy as a term for what right wingers want. Like the far right in the real world, most of them are monarchists. The sort of the centre right, most of them are libertarians, and the left perceives the right as fascists. None of those things use the term managed democracy. The only people that do use the term managed democracy are people who are talking about the way American democracy currently works. Particularly American democracy, though not exclusively, since German democracy is even worse. America has not started banning parties yet. They've only started trying to ban people from running for president. But yeah, I think that there's a reasonable case to be made that the quote parody unquote is actually a tongue-in-cheek parody, in that they are presenting it as a parody while knowing that the parody actually presents something charming.
I see.
So yeah, that's sort of like musing on the topic, because it still could be that, you know, the discourse, the central discourse, that it is actually a parody that has failed in the same way that Paul Verhoeven's one did. That could be the case, but all I'm saying is I haven't seen anybody present any evidence of that. I've just seen everybody on both sides asserting it to be the case. So yeah, it's the whole thing is a bit of a disaster. But it is only these sort of like weird niche things that are not directly on an IV drip from, you know, central casting, as they used to call it, that are not in step with this present only one view of the world approach. The future where every game is going to be Forspoken. Every game is going to be that other, what was it, incredibly, that had a really ugly name that wasn't very interesting. That's sort of the FPS that was about using magic and stuff, like with all the diversity casting, and, you know, new Spider-Man and all of these, and Kill the Justice League, and all of these big games that are coming out and immediately flopping because people in the real world, the normies who don't think about the political dimension of anything, don't perceive them to be good games because they were looking for a good game and they didn't find one. And so you've got, you know, the left-wing side of the aisle, the ones who are running that entertainment industrial complex, they long stopped thinking about games. So of course they're not going to be able to put out good games. It didn't occur to them to do so. They just put out message fiction with, you know, the coders in the project who are, you know, essentially normies, who are desperately trying to, you know, fulfill their dream to be games developers and produce a good game, but have no support from above because the people above don't think about games at all. Like, you see this expressed in, like, the news recently. There was about a investors meeting, investors conference, investors something, at which Warner Brothers spoke. And one of the things that they spoke about in amongst their presentation was a brief section on their gaming arm. And their gaming arm, like, if you look at how they speak of it, they have no interest in the concept of the AAA game anymore. Like, that's basically, it's a vestigial organ as far as they're concerned. The only thing that they're interested in is putting out things like Fortnite. And the fact that none of their games were Fortnite upsets them. They aren't upset that Hogwarts was a smash hit. The Hogwarts game was a smash hit. They're still upset with it though. And they're upset with it because they've gotten all the money out of it that they're likely to get out of it. People aren't still spending money month after month on Hogwarts Legacy, and that upsets them. They aren't upset with Kill the Justice League because it flopped. They're upset with Kill the Justice League because it never had the potential to generate money month over month, really, because it was a live premium service tacked on top of a conventional AAA model, which is not what they want. They don't want that at all. They want everything to be micropayments month over month over month. They want everybody on the subscription service. They're orbiting back round to the subscription service through the back door because what investors want is, zero unpredictability. They don't want the AAA will come out and be a smash hit or the AAA will come out and be a flop and lose money. They don't want that kind of uncertainty. All they want is to know that somebody is going to pay $10 a month every single month to participate in this game. Which is why, the Battle Pass is so popular, because lots of people will get hooked on the Battle Pass. And I'm guilty of this. I have put money into games with Battle Passes. I put money into Star Rail's Battle Pass. I put money into Genshin's Battle Pass. I put money into to Fantasy Stars Battle Pass. What was it called?
ESO2?
ESO2s. Yeah. Battle Pass. I put money in these things. Because like I say, the objective has always been to change what a game is, to make there be no alternative. And, for me, it's always been carried by the story, right? Like, I participate in Genshin to the extent that I'm still engaged in the story. I participate in Star Rail to the extent that I'm still engaged in the story. I participate in PSO2 to the extent that I was still engaged in the story. It's sort of why I didn't play the sequel, because the story is the least engaging thing I've ever seen. But they only want that for the games industry. They only want those recurring payments. The AAA thing doesn't matter to them. The lump sum of money on release doesn't matter to them. Not nearly as much as reliability matters to them. It's from the commercial side, they want to change what a game is. They want to fully mature into the service thing. The way they speak of them is they want people to occupy the games, to live there, to work there, to play there. They want everything to be framed around the game as a framing device. They do not want smash hit Hogwarts. I'm cribbing quite a bit from stuff that Michael Bell has said on the topic, because he harps on this every 5 minutes, and I can't say I blame him, because he's a game developer and he has to swim in this environment. I have pretty strident disagreements with him on a number of things, because I think he's kind of arrogant in a lot of ways. But he does occupy the industry as a participant in it and understands the toxins that are flowing into the water. And this framing of a game as a place to be and spend money rather than an entertainment thing to do is the way that these big companies want to go, because it's stable, predictable. They can keep farming it for money. They can keep squeezing more money out of it. So the way of thinking is to change the perception of what a video game is. Now, if you then inject the rationale of something like Sweet Baby into there, the two mate perfect. Because their objective also, from a messaging point of view, is to change what a game is. They want games to be perceived in a particular way, and that particular way is as a particular message. This is the corporate suits want people to live in the world so they can keep squeezing money out of it. The Sweet Baby types and their allies within the companies themselves, they want the game to be an environment that presents one view of the world. And for people to spend so much time in that view of the world that, like them, the world will now be the one that exists in their heads and they can't perceive anything else, to manufacture more of themselves. It's not like they have kids after all. So, yeah, this whole thing is just this sort of like big organism. The entire thing is fundamentally aimed at a psyop on the entertainment industry as a whole, to ensure, because you can't talk a normie into being involved in progressive politics, but you can simply change the definitions of things. And they want to change the definition of game into a live service that presents a particular political worldview. And for that to be so thorough that nobody will think of it as either of those things anymore. They will not think of it as a live service because there's nothing else. They won't think of it as a particular view because it is the only view. And that's where they want to get to. And that's the whole game being played is to change the way people see the world so that everybody's world will match up with the one in their heads. And once everything matches up with the one in their heads, then they can exert power because they control that world. It's not rational, it's not sensible, but the mechanics of the road to get to where they want to work. The problem is that at the end of that road is not the utopia that they believe in. The segue from this one, though, is that Warner Brothers, in their drive to cut loose things that don't make any money, have cut loose Rooster Teeth.
Yeah, this was been a bit coming. Basically, ever since Monty died and they fired Joel.
Well, yeah, those were the first pebbles at the top of the avalanche. Monty is not the only talented person in the world, though.
No.
What Monty represented was Monty's goal. And Monty's goal was to make a fight scene that was badass, and it was the only thing he ever cared about.
Well, I bring Monty up together with Joel because they both represented two halves of the company that had genuine talent. Joel is a genuinely talented comedian and because of the nature of his firing over political views, because he supported Trump. He's worth mentioning. He was the reason people quote Red versus Blue is because of Joel. He played Caboose.
And people will keep quoting it. People have never quoted anything in RWBY except for one thing. And you know what that one thing is?
The racist.
The memes about the homophobic RWBY thing, which was their last hurrah. And I'm delighted that that's what they're going to be remembered for. The homophobic RWBY meme.
I find that hilarious too. Yeah, Monty represented vision, direction, and talent for the animation side of the company, and Joel was the heart and best of the comedy side of the company. So they lost their two best talents.
I think Monty was an okay animator, but he was a genius choreographer. He had vision when it came to designing exciting action combat scenes. But like I said, he was not the only talented person in the world who at fight choreography, and Joel is not the only entertaining comic in the world. The problem is that they did not share a goal with the rest of that company. The rest of that company became rapidly subsumed into that entertainment industrial complex, who are aimed at creating a particular view of the world. And as those tendrils crawled into their work more and more, their work became more and more insufferable. People still liked RWBY early on in RWBY's cycle. Like, RWBY was a terrible show in a lot of ways, but I still watched it early on because I was interested to see Monty's work. And then after that, I was interested to see if they would try to carry on Monty's work and how successful they would be. They did, and they weren't, but they did try, and for a limited time. But the discourse around that show more and more over time became about how it had been completely contaminated by obsessing about the relationships between the characters. And of course, all the characters were gay. Like, that was the way it was headed. That was what they were intending to do.
Yeah.
And where they made decided progress in doing it, which is why the actual viral, when RWBY actually went viral, it was because of people lashing out against that. Like, in a world where people didn't feel like a homosexual relationship being forced on the plot, people do not react with the viral homophobic RWBY meme. Like, that comes out of people being unhappy with the content because that content wasn't what they signed up for. And that's how you can tell that the post Joel and Monty vision of the team was different to the vision of the team when those two were still involved with the project.
Yeah.
The vision afterwards was all about that, creating a product which distorts people's view of the world in line with what they think is the appropriate view of the world. That's what they were doing, and that's what the show became about. The reason why the fight scenes were bad later on in the show's run was not because Monty was not there. It was because nobody wanted good fight scene. That wasn't the point. If they had looked at the product and seen like, really, the reason why people picked up on this were two things. Number one, people laughed when they watched Red versus Blue, and number two, people thought Monty's Dead Fantasy series were badass. Those were the two reasons that people watched RWBY. It was none of the other crap, and it definitely wasn't the writing. It was because of those two things. Because Rooster Teeth had a reputation for being funny, and Monty had a reputation for choreographing a cool fight scene. That was just not involved in the goals of any of the people that were left. It didn't need to end with those two leaving. If those two had left over whatever reasons, I mean, the fact that for Joel it was political reasons was like that sort of just, it tells you which way the wind is blowing. But let's say it had been for something else, and Monty's untimely death was just, that was a tragedy. But it's one of those things that happens in life. If they had wanted to carry on that legacy, they could have done it. You could have found another comic to do the writing. You could have found another choreographer to do the choreography and animation. But they didn't want to. There was no will to. There was no drive to. They preferred to release a subpar product with the right views. Because that was their actual goal. They are part of the same problem. And they die now as part of the same problem. They made no money. They have no viewers. The reason for this is they aren't producing the product that they sold to people any longer. The product that they sold to people was a product of Joel and Monty. And that was what people bought into, and that was what people were starved of. Like I said a while back, I watched Ice Queendom, the anime version of RWBY that was made, and I was solidly entertained by it. Because you can tell that the goals of the production were different. Yeah. It was to tell a story set in the RWBY universe with the characters that people like from the RWBY universe doing cool things. Now, even if those things, even if the RWBY universe and the characters and the things had all been contaminated, the goal in that series, that the Japanese produced series, was not the same as the goal of Rooster Teeth in the modern era, because they were paying homage to an IP. The Japanese one was paying homage to an IP. It was not paying homage to the views of the people making it, the way the actual product was. So it added sort of like a step of disassociation from the original product that allowed features of the original product to emerge again. It allowed them to have fight scenes that were just that, fight scenes. It allowed them to have character interactions that were just that, character interactions about the characters, not about their sexuality, not about typecasting them in a particular role for a particular political purpose. The show was in that weird sense shallower than the original, because it was not adding this weird sort of contaminated subtext. It was just trying to be this show set in this universe with these characters. And so they were able to play into a lot of stylistic things that you simply couldn't do in the original show, because the original show had to be filtered through sensitivity reading taking place in the producer's own heads. Like you are forestalled from taking, like, it's a story, it's an IP, it's about 4 female characters, right? In the mode of anime would be about 4 female characters, because it was made to be anime, right? It was made in the West, but it was made to be anime. And so when you've got 4 female characters, they're supposed to be 4 female fan service characters. Like, that's the reason you have 4 female characters. It's not because you are trying to exclude male characters, and it's not because you think that there needs to be some message put forth by there being 4 female characters. You put in 4 female characters because they're aesthetically pleasing to look at for the audience, right? Like, that's the fundamental reason most of the time. Because it wasn't the fundamental reason after Monty and Joel were gone. The fundamental reason was to be a female empowerment fantasy, and everything now has to facilitate that. So when you get to the anime version of it, suddenly oh, well, you get to see the characters dressed up differently, and you get to see them acting in a feminine way, and you get to see them behaving in particular ways that are truer to the way girls might act, and that sort of thing, because they aren't concerned about the message being pushed by the creators of the original. And that's why, despite the fact that it's a shallow universe with mediocre writing, the anime one still struck me as being more compelling, despite its disabilities from the source material, because the will behind the creation of it was different. They were still trying to create a story that people liked to watch. And it really sticks out. Even though the substrate is the same, the intention is different. And so out of all the same parts, they build a different and more enjoyable product.
Yeah.
And it's because they aren't trying to change something about the people participating in the product. They're trying to give those people something they want instead of make those people be something different.
Yeah, the Rooster Teeth have completely had they were gone at that point. I mean, I used to be really involved with the Rooster Teeth community, kind of like my VTW before VTW, where I went in there and I would post a lot on their forums. I paid for early membership back when I was younger to their website to get access to Red vs. Blue sooner. When it was still WoW vanilla then. Uh, I actually led a few dungeons, a Ragefire Chasm and Wailing Caverns before I decided not to play on that server with Jeff and them. But
Yeah, I remember very, very early on, like, I don't even know if the oldest archives still exist, but there are very old archives for the show where you had actually gone and asked questions to people involved.
yeah, I still had a lot of connections there, and I got some casual responses from indirectly from Monty at one point through through another third party. But yeah, it's those archives are ancient, man. How long have we been doing the show?
A long time, don't make me think about it.
Okay, but yeah, it's I used to really like Rooster Teeth, but before I just don't care anymore that this has happened, and I'm kind of glad to see him gone at this point because it's like watching Blizzard die in a way. Because
Well, this is one of those skin suit things, basically, right?
yeah,
They are still trading on red versus blue, but the red versus blue that the name is associated with doesn't exist any longer.
yeah, but yeah, it was real sad throughout most of the last 8 to 10 years, just watching them completely crap the bed and die of, and it was their own dang fault. But man, it because I was so involved with that community, it did hurt a little bit. But yeah, they're gone now.
Yep, and they were cut loose by the corporate machine, and the corporate machine, cut them loose for analogous reasons to the way that they died. They were cut loose because they weren't profitable, and they were cut loose because the objective of the corporate machine is to change the way people play games, the same way that the people at Rooster Teeth wanted to change the way people consumed their content. Like this is just an Ouroboros of, it's that's the serpent consuming its tail. That's
Yeah.
all. That's all it really is. These patterns are not sustainable. They are, the useful idiot who has now been marched out to the wall and shot because they're not useful anymore. Like you sign on with this type of thing. It's got a shelf life. You think you like the only way that it could have been perpetuated realistically is if Rooster Teeth had never become a big company. If they had just risen to be exactly as big as they needed to be to please their fans.
Yeah.
If that was their objective. But no, they wanted to become a big company that could do big things.
Yeah,
But they weren't doing what their people wanted anymore. So why would people keep giving them money?
yeah. It's it is. I am surprised, honestly, Warner Brothers kept them around this long because Red vs. Blue was not doing good anymore. The show was a total trash fire after Joel was gone and no caboose because nobody wants to watch Red vs. Blue with no caboose.
I didn't realize that they actually just removed Caboose.
Oh
Because I
yeah,
stopped watching long ago. Like, I watched maybe 2 or 3 seasons of it grand total. I know the story went on for ages and ages.
yeah. They
But I didn't.
tried to write it into a big proper narrative arc to act like they had proper writing chops and everything. Just the worst decisions you can possibly imagine. And Joe wasn't quite gone by the time they started that, but man, when they got when he left and Caboose went in there, like they just turned it into a weird uh Halo fan fiction instead of a bunch of guys goofing around with
I thought it was supposed to be a comedy skit show.
yeah that stopped. Well, it didn't stop. They tried to keep the jokes in, but you know Sarge is good when he's bouncing off Griffin Donut, and then but he only has one joke, in that he's the stereotypical shotgun Southerner, and Donut is gay. They can't do that anymore. That's not politically correct.
Well,
And
there's a Sarge's joke is that there was the only people around him was somebody who's basically dumber than him and somebody who's smarter than him but can't be bothered to be smarter than him.
mm-hmm.
Like, so he was sort of stuck in the middle, but he has all the power. Like that type of joke only exists if you can perpetuate that exact setup.
Yeah, as soon as you try and tell a proper story with all that crap that isn't, like the O'Malley story uh of the ghost. They changed the ghost that Church came back as into an AI that is tied to the Spartan program and all. It was just the worst fan fiction-y decisions you could possibly imagine.
I thought that there was like a tank called Sheila or something.
Yeah, she was an AI too, I think, at some point. They retconned her to not be just the funny voice in the tank.
But the point of that quote character unquote was that you know she's got all of the power of a tank, but is roughly as intelligent as Siri. Like, that's the point.
Yeah. So that all that got gone. So it was high time that
Terrible
ended.
decisions from top to bottom.
Yeah, I have trouble thinking of worse things they could have done with what they had. But yeah, good old RVB dead. Ruby, I never really got into. I gave it a good college shot because Monty was cool, basically. Both on a personal and professional level. I liked the way his stuff looked, but Ruby as a show never really captured me. And but
I don't think it was particularly good, but I watched it sort of in a weird habitual way for a little bit. Like, I watched like 3 seasons or something, and then after that, like, I just was. It had dissolved in such an obvious fashion into something that didn't really know what it was supposed to be, that I couldn't be bothered with it anymore.
yeah, it's weird. I feel like because I spent a good chunk of my younger years hanging out in the Rooster Teeth community, that I would have more to say about when they died, but I'm just kind of glad they're gone because it's just another skin suit that ain't being worn.
Yeah, it's a sad debacle, but yeah, I mean, it had to happen. The whole thing was on life support at any rate. That's what it looked like to me anyway.
Yeah,
It didn't look like there was anything going on there. It looked like it was inevitable that it would die, and I was actually a little bit surprised to find that it was important enough to warrant a news article when it died, because I thought that it had sort of withered away to almost nothing. It's sort of, in my mind, it sat in the same box as Team 4 Star.
yeah, I could see that.
It's like it was a big deal in my sort of like my early university years when I was an undergrad and people were really into it. But after that, sort of, well, it doesn't actually matter anymore.
Yeah, it's the only series I see people hoping finds a new home is Death Battle, and I don't follow that particular program, but a lot of people seem to like it. And
I
that
don't.
one, it's the one that had Rainbow Dash beat up Starscream eons
Uh,
ago.
that's something people care about, is it?
Yeah, it was It's apparently the people that like it, the power scaly type of who would win in a shonen fight type. Uh,
So
I
it's
don't want to.
Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, I can't say the word I want to say, but there's a certain demographic that watches Dragon Ball Z a lot.
Mexicans?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Well, they do.
They do. But yeah, that's the only one people are looking for a home for. I think I have seen, other than the Ruby fanatics, which are I don't classify anywhere close to normal people in our brain.
Yeah, they're really freaking weird. Like, I don't even know what does it take to become a sort of person who is fanatical about Ruby of all things. Like,
So
even if you kind of like it, I could sort of understand that. But to actually be really, really invested in it is sort of that's completely inconceivable to me. Like, I don't even know how you arrive at that.
yeah, I genuinely do not know. Red vs. Blue is already dead. The shorts died were already canned with Joel. So no more of those came through. The podcast, I don't even know if it was still going, but it became more and more cringy as time went on. I can only imagine it was either already dusted or was about to be dusted, because I had not heard anybody talk about the RT podcast.
What did they do on their?
It was just a old school discussion podcast, kind of like ours, but it just had it was around in those early days of podcasting. It just showed up, kind of like the Giant Bombcast, how that was big because it was one of the first ones to really make waves on the iTunes, but only because it was really big on the iTunes, not because it had any substantial content.
So I presume that's been replaced by things like Gigix Show and that.
Yeah, the Giga Show would be the successor to the RT podcast and the Giant Bombcast. So yeah, all that. Oh, hang on, the boss is punching me in the face. But yeah, the oh, what was I going to say? I got distracted because a big lava dragon was chewing on my head. Yeah. So all that's gone. I can't think of a single person that wants to see the RT podcast continue after it just started to get more and more woke. And the slow mo guys, Gavin Free and all them, their videos hit the sweet spot with the algorithm back before the algorithm was a piece of verbiage. And yeah, he was a big part of that project. In fact, I think he headed that project, and he did it to become employed by Rooster Teeth. But the thing was, the guy was an idiot, and he became a constant on the RT podcast, like a genuine idiot. You're not seeing somebody stupider than Gavin Free.
I'll take your word for it.
And once he started becoming,
find out.
Yeah, don't do it. It's not worth. But yeah, because he started just to become a constant presence on the RT podcast, people just stopped watching it over time. All their other stuff, none of it stuck. So yeah, it's surprising it took him this long to fall over, TBH. So yeah, that's Rooster Teeth falling over, and that's the Sweet Baby thing too. There's a segue there. You mentioned Team 4-Star.
Yes, indeed. Very tactically placed.
So, yeah, this week, in the deluge of newslets that were coming out, if you could see it between the headlines about Biden's State of the Union address, was
I didn't see any headlines about Biden's State of the Union.
It was well, okay. My feed was covered in posts about it, but my feed is tailored for that. Anyway, the creator of Dragon Ball, the artist of Dragon Quest, Akira Toriyama, and many other projects. He passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage. What day was it? I don't remember.
I don't remember what the obituary said.
on March 1st. So that was announced this week. So yeah, that's sad to see. Dragon Ball is his most notable work, probably. Just because, especially with our generation, even if you didn't watch Dragon Ball Z the show, if you were involved in internet culture, you knew who Team 4 Star was.
Yeah, well, I mean, as big as it was over here, there are various cultures where it's even bigger. Like it is certainly it's a worldwide cultural phenomenon now. I don't think people are ever going to forget it. It's going to be one of those series that is just it goes on forever in people's minds in some sense.
Yeah, it's kind of
Like
like the typical powering up shonen battle archetypical anime in our generation's mind, certainly, probably for many generations to come. But
I think that it's going to be one of those series that is sort of like it's always going to be remembered. It's going to be one of those ones that people talk about in the past. Like, what's an example? Like things like
Battleship
Mash.
Yamato. Yeah, there you go.
I'm talking about like more generally.
Okay, so
Like,
yeah, Mash is a good
like
example, I think.
it's like a long running show, and like literally everybody's heard of it. Most people have seen at least a little bit of it.
Yeah, most people can at least tell you it's a show about punching dudes and have a rough idea what the heck it is.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
apparently this is been an absolutely calamitous event in Mexico. People are absolutely beside themselves because I did not realize this, but apparently Dragon Ball Z is like a staggeringly huge cultural phenomenon there. Like literally every male in Mexico is a Dragon Ball fan.
Yeah, it has a lot of penetration in areas of the world you wouldn't expect. It's I was surprised at how popular it was in the inner cities when I first went to Atlanta. Every young male in Atlanta is a fan of Dragon Ball Z. So I'll say that to keep it safe.
Well, people know the demographics of Atlanta at this point.
Yeah, I figure we're safe enough. Uh, so so yeah, uh, it's sad to see him go. He did accomplish something genuinely great, worth recognizing in the medium we like to follow, which is our type of entertainment. And more than Dragon Ball though, he we play a lot of RPGs too, and the boy is a big player in the setting up what we know as the RPG escape through his artwork in Chrono Trigger, Dragon Quest, and a whole mess of other games. Just think of how many games these that exist that reference those games and are inspired by what their monsters look like or what their gameplay systems were like, and how important
It's more or less the reason why slimes are ubiquitous now.
yeah, the classic slime is Akira Toriyama slime.
And what's more, like everybody can tell his character designs at a glance. Like
Yeah,
even people who can't normally recognize anything particular about art, they will see a Toriyama character and they'll immediately recognize it as that guy's characters.
yeah. He's one of those few artists where if they're on the game, you know exactly who's who made that art. Like, and there are not many I can name like that. But you know Toriyama when you see it. I'm very bad at describing art. The only other artist I have like that is one I've mentioned several times before is Rui, who does the Danganronpa art. But even then, what Toriyama does, I think, is even more impressive because Rui has to have a very unique line style to get his art to pop the way it does. Toriyama follows standard anime conventions, but has a very distinct Toriyama style that he pioneered himself and is all his own. So yeah, it's a legend of anime and video games just passed away very suddenly. He had a good run though. I think he made it to late 60s.
I don't remember exactly. It was 60 something. I don't remember if it was high or low.
68.
But yeah, I think he probably could have lived a bit longer, but I think he smoked an awful lot. He didn't die of that though. What was it that he died of? Subdural hematoma, I think.
Yeah,
Is that it?
he
I
had
remember.
blood-brain barrier bleeding. I think I'm brain farting on what that's called.
I will ask Dr. Wikipedia. It's usually associated with trauma. It's a bleed on the brain, usually to do with trauma or pressure in the skull. So maybe he had an accident or something.
Yeah, maybe he fell
Like
in his
that
house or
was
something.
my uncle passed like that. He fell off a ladder while he was cleaning the guttering and hit his head, and he died eventually in hospital afterwards. So yeah, it's something that can take a person pretty quickly, and nobody will be expecting it.
So yeah, there's not a whole lot to say about it. I think that covers pretty much everything that Akira Toriyama did. And
But it's definitely worth mentioning because basically he's a titan of the entertainment industry. It's especially the part that we care about, who's gone now, and yeah, he famously didn't compromise on doing the things that he wanted to do in his art as well. Like he never tried to wokeify his art or anything like that, and he caught a lot of flack for it.
yeah, he will be missed. You don't get ones like him very often. You get sometimes get ones that have potential to hit it as big as Toriyama, like the guy that made Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho. But keeping up that level of
Hunter x Hunter has always struck me as outrageously derivative of Toriyama's work.
yeah, it's there, and even then he squandered it because he could not keep up with the load expected of somebody that has a series that popular. But Toriyama was able to all the way until he was good and done. That's a rare feat that you don't find from people that are legends like that very often. So yeah. I don't really have anything else to add on it. I mostly just wanted to mention it because of his place in our spheres.
Yeah, I think we's probably done with the show at this point.
Yep, we're at 4.5 hours.
This happens every time Fern abandons us.
Yep. So Fern, please come back. We need you. So all right, folks. You got any closing comments? I'll get us out of here as soon as this dragon falls over.
I don't think I've got anything particular to add.
Alrighty. Okay. I don't have a particular email topic of the week for you, but Zarathus, you're free to write us again. I'll make Vaul read it next week or next time. So you don't have to worry about sitting through one of my email readings again. And yeah, I think we'll call it there. Oh, we'll just pause the game because it'll take too long to kill this dragon. All right. Okay, folks. I think we're done. We'll see you next week. Sayonara. Bye bye.